Yeah, just leave it there, so just shut it. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Committee of Industrial Community Development. And present this evening is myself, Chair, Councilor Gould, Councilor Daigle, Councilor Manning Martin, Councilor Turco. Councilor Turco, will you sit in for Councilor McGinn, please?
Certainly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Councilor Gamache, will you sit in for, oh, Councilor Rosendahl, here we go. All right, so we have also in attendance is Councilor Melville, Councilor Peach, Councilor O'Neill, and Councilor Gamache. First on the agenda is the proposed zoning amendment, section 4.2.6, industrial schedule of use regulations, food processing, wholesale as a matter of right in the BR1 zone. Councilor Gamache, please.
Yes, thank you. To familiarize the council with this property, if you're not already familiar with it, it's the 128 Newbury Street property. This is the front area of the property, which directly is on Route 1. It's between the Chinese restaurant and the Honeydew. That access road goes into where the old billiards parlor used to be. As you know, for the past 15 years, the place was clear-cut and vacant. The site currently is approved to have a storage unit, a public storage unit put on that site. Lily's Pasta from Everett would like to put their wholesale business on that property, directly behind the Tea Garden and Peterson's property. The request is it's going to be a 40,000 square foot building. It's no wholesale. It's no retail. It's all wholesale, and it services 38 states. Currently, they are located in Everett, Mass, and they are looking to move further to the North Shore area where the traffic is a little bit better. It will be basically a facility where they make pasta, specialty pasta. They also have almost like a school in there to teach the people how to make the pasta. And I really hope that the owner of the property or the owner of the business, Lily's, could come in and give the council a presentation as to exactly what he does. It's quite interesting, and it's going to clean up that site, which is the most important thing. I've spoken to people on Winona Street, as well as Cardigan, that are aware of this facility, and they are very much in favor of this. And again, I hope that the council can see that it's a good use, it's a good thing for the Route 1 corridor, and he doesn't have as many trucks as people would think. It's mostly sent out of the business to the airports and to other places where they fly the stuff out. So I am highly in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Councilor Manning Martin, please.
Mr. Chairman, and so through you to Councilor Gamache, this is right in front of the proposed 40B? And is it, so
It is, if I may,
Yep.
through the council chair.
Yes, Councilor.
It is, if you go into that property, way in the back is to where the proposed 40B was going to go. To the right is property owned by Mr. Marchese, which is behind the Honeydew.
Yep.
This property is located to the left, almost behind the billiards, where that building sits now that's vacant, that used to be the old Country Q Billiards. It's behind that. It doesn't affect any residential. Huntington Woods is way further back, and they're not even going to go into close to that area where they're proposing to do it. So if you go into the property, the road goes, and you've got the old Country Q Billiards to the left. It's going to be around to the back, behind Peterson Auto Body, where the Big Pig is, in that rear of the location, in the Chinese restaurant.
Thank you.
If I may, 1 second, Councilor Manning Martin, little housekeeping. Councilor McGinn, you're here. Councilor Turco, thank you. Councilor McGinn, we're discussing Amendment 1, or Item 1, Item A. Thank you. Councilor Manning Martin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a separate owner from the owners of the proposed 40B project. Is that correct?
Not to convolute the whole thing, Caruso owns all of it. He is if the 40B goes, he is entering into an agreement to sell that back piece of property to the developer. He also owns the left side of that property, and it's already permitted for a self-storage place, but he's changed his mind. He'd rather go with this Lily's Pasta. So it is the same owner technically, but the P&S for Trammell Crow in the rear is contingent upon whether or not they get the approval.
Okay, and the reason I'm trying to figure this out is, and did you say, is this a new construction for this? So this would be a new construction, and I guess I'm asking Councilor Gamache, I don't want to do it, like, you mentioned you want to clean up the area. We absolutely want to clean up the area up there. It's been I don't know, a crater and mudslides and graffiti and just an absolute eyesore as far as the eye can see once you get up there. So I'm with you 100% that we want to clean up that area. My concern is that I don't want to do anything certainly as severe as a zone change if it at all adversely affects all the work that's been done on that, with that 40B project and the development and improvement of that area right now. So with a zone change, I'm just trying to tread lightly and cautiously with respect to all the work that's been done with that, that's been going on now for 2 years on that project. So I don't want to do anything that derails them or is a conflict and is unfair to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor Gamache, please.
Yes, if I may, to Councilor Manning, will have absolutely nothing that would affect Trammell Crow and all the work they've done in the rear, the roadway going in. It will not detrimentally affect that. It will have nothing to do with that property. If anything, it will alleviate where the storage is going to go and allow for more open space in that area, because this is all tucked up right behind the Peterson property, the Big Pig property. It's almost like a dog leg left, if you want to look at it from that term, and it's stuck in the corner, which is out of the way.
Thank you very much. And lastly, this is in a BR1, and when I hear BR1, it's like another Niagara Falls moment for me. That's like a billboard strip. That's why we created the BR1, because we had to deal with billboards at that time. So it's the entire strip off of, what is that, David? Newberry Street? Yeah, off in Newberry. Do you foresee any problems with the rest of the BR1 in allowing this type of use? Is there going to be any stretch that's going to be a problem in the BR1 as it stands now?
Councilor Gamache, please.
If I may, the only piece of property that could handle a facility 50,000 square feet or less would be that property. If you go up and down Route 1, there really isn't any area that is zoned BR1. We have mobile home park zoning. We also have, on the other side, DDD in the rear. There really isn't anything on Route 1 that can be developed to that type of a site, that type of a facility. This is basically the only site that it could handle it.
Thank you, Councilor Gould. Thank you, Councilor Gamache. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor McGinn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I realize I was a minute or two late there, so if this was already covered, I apologize in advance. And I think this question may go to Mr. Bellavance or perhaps to the Ward 6 councilor, Ward 5 councilor, excuse me, Mr. Gamache. The description of the zone adds to what's in the current use table because it adds this phrase, and provided the building in which the processing is done does not exceed 50,000 square feet. And I heard Councilor Gamache mention that just a moment ago. I suppose that's purposeful. So we're adding a new use line to the table, not just adding a new letter to the use table. Is that correct? And if you could just explain. I see you nodding, so I'll let Mr. Chairman, I'll put that.
Thank you,
Councilor Gamache, if you could just kind of help me with why that is.
Councilor Gamache.
Yes, it's my understanding that they took that from the other part of the zoning, which allows this type of facility by right, I forget what zone it was mentioned to. I don't have the, but it's a maximum size facility that can possibly go there, but it's primarily to stay within accordance with the other facilities like this in the rest of the zoning. Maybe Mr. Bellavance could touch upon that, but I think the letter stated from the petitioner that it was allowed in another zone, and I don't have that letter with me. It was allowed in another
Yeah.
zone, and it was to just clean it up.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes,
So
Counselor.
I have the letter here, and the references that it's allowed by right in the IL. The letter's incomplete because it's also allowed by right in the IP, and it's allowed by right in the DDD. And the use in the use table is where it's allowed by right in those three zones is food processing, wholesale, provided all work, including storage, is carried out inside the building. There's no reference to the size of the building. So again, if we add that additional parameter, it's a new use, which is, I'm okay with that as long as we're doing that on purpose and there's a good reason for it.
Councilor, thank you, Councilor McGinn. Mr. Bellavance, please.
Yeah, good evening, Kurt Bellavance, Community Development Director. I thought the attorney representing Lily's would be here tonight, but I'll try to answer that. I think that's their intention, was to allow this new use, which is 50,000 square feet or less, just in the BR1 zone, and allow that to remain the same for those other zones, the DDD, the IL, and I think one other zone.
Thank you, Mr. Bellavance, and thank you, Councilor Gamache. I mean, that makes sense to me, given your description of what other parcels are available there, and so I'm okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Councilor McGinn. Thank you, Mr. Bellavance. Councilor Rossignol, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Councilor Gamache. Where we are changing the wording of the zoning, should we add that any food processing, instead of being by right, be special permit, just in case any of the other parcels in a BR1 zone does want to add this particular use? In this particular area, I do think that this is a great project, and I think it is valid, but my concern is in the future, another food processing want to come before us, it would be by right, and we wouldn't have the ability to hear it on its merit.
Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Councilor McGinn, please.
Through you to Councilor Rossignol, I was looking at that. So, like, again, the letter omitted that it was allowed by right in the DDD. The DDD is right across the highway. So, I mean, it's by right on one side of the street and by special permit on the other. I'm not sure that, I'm not sure. I mean, I get what you're saying in terms of us wanting to have discretion over it, but for me, logically, it would seem to make sense to emulate the by right use here. But that one opinion. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. Councilor Daigle, please. I'm sorry, Councilor Rossignol still have the floor?
Nope, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Daigle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do agree with Councilor McGinn about the area and the DDD and this being an appropriate use for that area. I'll just, so I'm supportive of the concept, and I think that's fine. I just want to point out a technical issue with the letter that references, item A, it references map 57, lot 74T. I don't think T exists on that lot number. So if we can clean that up if we move forward, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Daigle. Anyone else? Councilor Turco, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bellavance, if you don't mind, if you could share with me, and I know you weren't here when they redid the zoning, give me the negative of this as to why it wasn't initially put in the zoning in this area. The only thing I can think of offhand is the possible odor, which I think would be addressed by Sharon Cameron, as she has addressed in several other locations. But can you think of anything detrimental by doing this?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point that you brought about in regards to food processing and odors. We see that a lot with coffee, baking, Some people may think bread smells good, some others don't. So the odor would certainly be something they'd look at. Trucking would probably be another reason, depending on what kind of, how many truck traffic would be done. I'd guess those are the reasons. I think when you start to separate sizes of buildings, and that kind of decreases certain things like trucking and things like that. So I think what the applicant is looking here, having a smaller building that fits their needs, and then that would be the right location versus having a larger company that may go better in Centennial in that area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Any other councilors? What's the will of the committee? Do we have a motion we'd like to? Councilor O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to just echo, I understand the intent of what we're trying to do here. I just feel there's a little confusion on my part. We've got a letter from the attorney who couldn't come here this evening, and it's for a specific parcel and their client, and we've got some, I guess, different information. I just want to make sure we're all clear on what exactly we're voting for tonight, and that we don't inadvertently make a mistake and provide something we're not intending to do. I just wanted to make that general comment. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you, Councilor O'Neill. Good point. Are we able to make a motion, concise motion? Councilor McGinn, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to send this matter to the planning board and simultaneously set up a public hearing for the city council.
The clerk reminds me that it has been sent to the planning board.
It was already sent to the planning board?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion would be to leave committee with a positive recommendation and set up a public hearing for the city council. So moved.
You heard the motion by Councilor McGinn. Any comments on the motion? Being none, roll call vote, please.
Councilors Rozignol,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Daigle,
Yes.
Gould. Yes. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, councilors, very much. Appreciate your help on this. Move to item B. Councilor Manning Martin moved to receive under suspension of the rules item 8C, communication from Green International Affiliates Incorporated, 239 Littleton Road, Suite 3, Westwood, regarding Independence Greenway extension, to request that the Community Development Department provide a better map of the Greenway extension and to refer to the Industrial Community Development Committee. Vote was unanimous. Councilor Manning Martin, any comments, or should we have them come right up and present?
I do not. I recall that this matter was brought before us quite some time ago, a year or two, and I just know that the map was not helpful to us to make any decisions, so that's all I recall. So if they're here to present tonight, if the matter is still timely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bellavance, do you?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Councilor McGinn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just administratively, I think it might be helpful if we brought in item 8J from the regular committee meeting.
You heard the motion by Councilor McGinn. All in favor? Any opposed? That's a vote. Thank you, Councilor McGinn. You all set, Councilor? For
Yeah,
now?
I mean, I think the intent here, I was trying to connect the dots. It appeared to me that this was an attempt to provide a more complete explanation of the status of the project overall than simply just providing the map. So I think they hopefully exceeded expectations here.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. Mr. Bellavance, please.
Yes, thank you. I think our office may have missed the motion that was brought before. So when I met with the chairman, Mr. Gould, and we discussed what was coming up on the matter, we put together what we had for our latest map. We are going through the process of adding or increasing the bike path and adding phases to both sides of those. So if the committee is interested in hearing that, I have Brendan Callahan, who's the project manager for that here, and he could kind of give you an overview and answer some questions. In regards to specific signs out there, we actually got we're working with a Rotary who's going to, part of their 100-year celebration, pay for additional signage along the bike path. So we're working with them as well. But we're hoping to have this. It's on the tip for the state for FY24 and FY25. So we're looking to get funding from them, and we're in the process of finalizing our plans. But Brendan Callahan's here, and as I said, he's the project manager if you want to have some additional information or questions.
We would like that, please. Mr. Callahan, as Councilor Manning Martin stated, this has been such a long time since we've reviewed this. It's been in committee for a while, so if you can shed some light on the updates and be ready to answer some questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
Brendan Callahan, Assistant Director of Planning, overseeing the Peabody Independence Greenway Extension Project. Essentially, there's two phases of this project, or two distinct segments. There's the one segment that goes from essentially the terminus of the existing bike path at Leahy Clinic, and we'll traverse through down Essex Center Drive, under the 128 underpass, then along North Shore Road, or actually within the Mass Highway right away, and then it will cross over where the abandoned railroad line is, where we purchased it several years ago, and then follow the abandoned railroad line all the way to Endicott Street. That project is slated for construction in FY24. And then the other project is what we call the Route 1 Lowell Street Connector Project. Essentially, that would connect 3 different trailheads located at Lieutenant Ross Park, Lowell Street trailhead that leads to the Danvers Rail Trail, and then ultimately would connect to Peabody Road versus an off-road path connection that would run at the toe of the slope of I-95 South to Proctor Brook, and then follow the utility line and the existing utility corridor in parallel to Proctor Brook to Peabody Road. After completing those 2 segments, I think it's an additional 3.2 miles, or somewhere between 3 and 4 miles of additional bike path, totaling the Independence Greenway to about 9 to 10 miles of bike path extending from Middleton Town Line all the way to Endicott Street, and of one essentially contiguous greenway without any interruptions. We actually just are essentially finished with a 25% design phase from the mall segment to Endicott Street. We have a design public hearing scheduled for June 22nd. It's facilitated by MassDOT. And then that's essentially the last milestone of the 25% design period or phase. And we're going to start the 75% on about July 1st. The 75% and the 100% design phase is a much faster process than the 25%. Ideally, at this time next year, we'll be done with the 100% design. That's kind of the quick schedule there. And we anticipate having the 25% design phase for the Lowell Street Route 1 connector essentially done in December of this year. We plan to submit the 25% design submission in August, September, and then it's usually about a 90-day review period from the state. So as of now, everything's on schedule. We're proceeding. We anticipate meeting our construction start dates. That's kind of it.
Thank you. For those of us that were fortunate to have Mr. Callahan at the Community Preservation Committee meeting this month, month of May it was, some very exciting things going on. Can you talk about, because in general it doesn't get enough explanation, we'll open it up to the fellow councilors, but can you talk about the dropping in of the concrete bridge, for the lack of a better...
Sure.
Please.
I mean, I don't have the full details of the bridge going in on Route 1, but from what I understand, it's essentially a 24-hour process. It's going to be, they'll have one large crane that comes in. It's one piece. The structure will be one piece. It's a single-span bridge. They most likely have to cut down lanes on Route 1 to drop it in, but it'll be like an overnight construction time. And then they just drop it into place, and then once it's in place, then they can open up the lanes and traffic can go back. But I believe that'll happen in like the early hour mornings of the day.
Purpose of the bridge?
to get over Route 1. So, yeah, that's the bottom line. So, essentially, the other, the Independence Greenway is also, it really is the critical link to the entire North Shore and Essex County Greenway system. So this is, especially that Route 1 bridge, that is going to connect to Linfield. Linfield's moving their project forward. Over the last year, the city partnered with Linfield and Middleton and North Reading. They're looking to expand their bike path and that from our Middleton town line. And as everybody knows, the Danvers Rail Trail connects at Lowell Street with Peabody and goes all the way up to Topsfield and almost Newburyport. There's a couple gaps. So, Peabody's kind of that critical link that's connecting, this is now connecting to Salem, Marblehead, Swampscott, the Strand, and Lynn and Revere. So this is, just like the major roadways in Peabody, this bike path serves in the same capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. To me, that's very exciting. But open it up to councilors. Councilor McGinn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I've said this before when Mr. Callahan's been in front of the council. I'm going to say it again. His commitment to this project is very impressive. This has been a very long slog. It's, this has been going on for, I don't know, Brendan, when the initial phase of the bike path, I know my son was a Cub Scout standing in Mayor Bonfanti's office when he was talking to him about we were going to have this bike path someday, and now he's a 29-year-old man. So that gives you some sense of how long this has been going on. Your ability to identify and tap into outside funding for this project over time has been just incredibly impressive. It's the best type of use of CPC money from my perspective, because we spend money and we leverage major outside dollars. This TIP funding that we're going to see against these two projects, the fiscal 24 and fiscal 25 project, in total, that's $10.2 million of construction money that are going to happen here as a result of us spending out of the CPC, just over $500,000. So spend $500,000 to get $10.2 million. To me, that's a great point of leverage. This project like the back of your hand. You're standing up there giving us the detailed explanation without notes. I know how close you are to the details of this thing. And again, you have my gratitude, and I believe the gratitude of the rest of the council for your just kind of perseverance on this project. And I hope you're with us through the end, because it takes that kind of commitment to get such a complex project to the finish line. I mean, there's been he didn't include it in his status, but he did, Mr. Chairman, as you'll recall, in front of the CPC, talk about the challenge that they had. They had to revise the whole plan to go over Route 1. Maybe perhaps you could touch on that. I mean, but I think in some communities that might have been a deal killer, but it wasn't for us. They found another way. So again, no specific questions, Mr. Chairman, because I was fortunate to be able to hear this more detailed overview at CPC. But again, I am extremely grateful to Mr. Callahan for his commitment to this project. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. Councilor Rossignol, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Callahan, thank you for this insight and all the hard work you've done on this project. The one question I have is, obviously, when you're talking about the 2025 portion, the biggest chunk is obviously the bridge to go over Route 1. That's going to be the bulk of the dollars that I see in this, I'm assuming. But the question I actually have is that's going to be on the southbound side of Lowell Street. The Danvers Rail Trail is on the opposite side. So in your 25% design phase, are you anticipating some sort of bike path, bike way to get from one side of Lowell Street to the other, right where Speedway is? Because that's going to be a safety concern, at least. I think and I think you hit the nail on the head. You're really connecting almost every bikeway, north and south, east and west of us, and we're kind of the main hub that connects them all. So with that said, the one safety concern I would have is crossing Lowell Street to get to the Danvers Rail Trail. So in your 25% design phase, will that be incorporated in that?
Yes, so we did at one point when, before we got to on the tip, we did the feasibility study of how this would work, is it possible, and all that. And we did look at trying to follow the abandoned railroad corridor through the Hallmark Building parking lot to the trailhead. We essentially concluded that wasn't safe. So there will be, pedestrian and intersection improvements where the Route 1 off-ramp and the crosswalk is to the other side of Lowell Street, to the Lowell Street side trailhead. So there'll be all these new improvements in that intersection for that piece.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Rosenall. Any other councilors? Councilor Welton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not on the committee, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Brendan, I think this is a wonderful project, huge advocate for this coming to conclusion. I appreciate all the hard work. I just had a question as you were just now speaking. You mentioned the acquisition of railway for this project. Could you speak a little bit about that and kind of what the process has been so far?
We haven't acquired any sections of railway for like the Lowell Street Route 1 connector, but we did purchase the abandoned rail line corridor, I guess, from Endicott Street to North Shore Road. I think that was in 2013, and they acquired it for the purpose of the bike path. So that was, so now we're moving forward on that.
Was there any funding from the state to assist with that, or was that all kind of on us?
The acquisition, I believe, was CPC funding.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Welton. Any other councilors? Well, this has been, as always, Brendan, you're on your game, and you always enlighten us with positiveness about this project, and keep up the good work. So the next benchmark is July 1 when?
Yeah, essentially July 1 for the 75% of the mall section. But yeah, we will have we have a design public hearing for the 25% design on June 22nd. It's a virtual meeting, I guess. Again, MassDOT facilitates that. They organize it. But we're finalizing the public notice right now. So I'm anticipating getting that out next week, put it on the city's website and all the other social media platforms to get the word out that that hearing will be happening.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. Moving right along, we're clicking away here, getting some things done. We are up to item C. Motion by Councilor Daigle to move to receive under suspension of the rules. Item 8G, communication from Kurt Bellavance, Director of Community Development and Planning, regarding MBTA community multifamily housing, and refer to the Industrial Community Development Committee. That was voted on unanimously. Mr. Bellavance, please.
Good evening. I'm not sure if all the city councilors are aware. You probably are, but the state is going through the process of creating what we call as the MBTA Multifamily Act. Basically, the state has put forward in 2021 that any MBTA community is required to produce 750 multifamily units. There's, I believe, 101 cities and towns within the MBTA community. They've identified 4 categories that a community would fall under. The city of Peabody falls under bus service community. But this is an attempt by the state to add additional multifamily housing to communities. We started this process with some draft guidelines that were issued by DHCD. They had several webinars and lectures in regards to the draft guidelines. People submitted, cities and towns submitted comments, in regards to that. There were hundreds submitted in regards to that. DHCD is putting together their final guidelines. That is expected this summer. But as part of the act, they created certain deadlines that cities and towns had to meet, one of which was to present the information to the city council. So I asked that question in one of the meetings, what does present mean? They didn't really answer. We did submit that to the city council, I believe it was the end of March or sometime in April. So we met that requirement in regards to that. The carrot that the state holds, if we choose not to adopt this, is that we wouldn't be eligible for state grants. So that's, I guess what I said is the carrot to convince cities and towns to adopt this. Some of the questions that we heard in part of this was there are some communities that were pretty close to only having about 750 units in their whole town. So how are they going to meet this in doubling the size of that community? The biggest question I had in regards to the city of Peabody was that since we're a bus service community, where would this zoning district be required to go? They didn't have an answer. We have a bus that goes through Peabody. I asked if it needed to be within the bus stop. They didn't have an answer for us at that time. Hopefully with the final guidelines that they issue, we'll have some kind of determination in regards to that. We've submitted a grant to request technical assistance for this. There are certain requirements that we have to meet along the way. Our next deadline is the end of this year, December 31st, where we have to submit a determination whether we have the existing zoning or whether we submit an action plan and how we attempt to address that. So this is it's something new for us. You know, this has really never been done before in regards to cities and towns. The only thing I can think back to is when they created 40B back in, I think, the late 60s or early 70s. So I wanted to get the information out to the city council, where we kind of brainstorm in our office a few different times in regards to, you know, what should we do, where can these things go, where can the district go, but we're open to hear from the councilors. I know, you know, the big issue will be if we move forward this, you know, where does it go? Whose ward does it go? How do we handle it, and so forth. So certainly we welcome input from the city council. We had talked about if there were city council members that wanted to sit on an ad hoc committee with us to go over, look at different properties, look at locations throughout the city, and make a determination or make some recommendations. We're happy to do that. But I wanted to follow along with what the state was requiring us to do and get this information to the city council. We've submitted our MBTA community form that we were required to submit. And then again, our next deadline is December 31st, where we'll have to submit another form and determination to the state in regards to that. The final step for us, we would, if we followed through with the requirements, would be we'd have to adopt a district by December 31st of 2023. So another 18 months or so would be required. Would be our last requirement in regards to that. If we submit that, it's accepted by the state. It's good for 10 years, and then they would make a determination after that whether we still have that district and whether we still comply or not. So that's kind of the short of it. I'm sure you have some questions, and I'll try to answer this. We're kind of waiting to hear back in regards to the state on their final guidelines to see what's required, and then hopefully we'll have more information again once they release those. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bellavance. Quick question before we open it up, and the mayor is welcome. He'd like to speak. When you say we adopt, it will take a vote of the council to adopt, correct?
Correct, and it would be simple majority. They stated that it would not be a 2/3 vote. It would be simple majority. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Bellavance. Councilor Peach, if we're going to, 1 second, please. We're going to hear from the mayor. Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Council. Hope all of you are doing well. I'll be very brief. I think Kurt did an excellent job explaining things or giving the information. or should I say lack of information, because I think this has been forced upon us or thrust upon us, and we haven't been provided really any details to this. I can say that this is a major discussion point in cities and towns across the state. I just attended a couple of meetings last week, some state meetings, and this is a major topic, and there's a significant complaints about the lack of information that's been coming towards us. What I do think this does, though, is just further emphasizes the fact that the state is strongly in favor of pushing housing across the state, and in particular, in cities and towns. Certainly, we've been dealing with it here in the city of Peabody, trying to navigate our way through Chapter 40B and navigating our way through these development proposals and projects. Other towns are certainly dealing with it as well, but I think it's been front and center for us. But this just shows that further evidence is the fact that this is something the state is demanding of cities and towns. And to force us to come up with 50 acres is just something that's going to take a lot of time and effort. And certainly, as Kurt mentioned, any assistance or thoughts on where this can take place, we're certainly open to hearing anybody's thoughts on that. But it's certainly going to be a challenge for us, and we just want to work together and try to figure out the best way to handle these, what I consider is a mandate from us. MBTA has just been a source of frustration for the city of Peabody time and time again. We cannot get seemingly anywhere with ways to try to increase services for the city of Peabody, in particular to try to get some sort of connection from Salem into Peabody Square. We've had a number of meetings on this, and state legislators have really been pushing this, but it's been a source of frustration. We have a bus line that goes through here, and now we're being put to 50 acres. To me, it doesn't make sense, but it's what's being mandated right now, and we have to try to figure it out. They tell us if we don't, we're not going to get, we're going to be limited in terms of what we receive for state grants. So there's a significant leverage that states have, and it's a bit frustrating. So it's going to be a work in progress for us, and it's a bit frustrating. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind holding, we may have some questions for you. Councilor Peach, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not on this committee, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Through you to Mr. Bellavance, I don't expect you to have these numbers off the top of your head, but if you have a general idea of the grants that are listed in here that we'd not be eligible for if we don't comply, how much money have we received through those grants? I know there's kind of a new grant that they added in with the law where if you increase by 5% in a 5-year period, which is a lot of housing for our city. So if you know a general idea of how much we would be missing out on if we just don't do it.
Well, they did, the state did create a program, One Stop, which they've basically, it's almost like one application, and then it kind of branches out to several different state grants because it goes through many different agencies. I can think of some of the grants that we've received. The work that was done in the square, the MassWorks grant, we wouldn't be eligible for that. I wasn't here when that happened. I believe that was about over $4 million. I'm not quite sure what that was. There are certainly other, there's DEP grants, there's, I don't know, I don't have offhand what grants, most of the grants we apply, it depends. We go through EPA for grants. We've gone DHCD, DCR. There's, last year, our office brought in about $2.5 million worth of grants. So I don't know. I'd have to look through that and determine which ones were eligible and which ones weren't eligible. So.
Thank you, Mr. Bellavance. Councilor Peach, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just one other question, and I don't know if you've thought of this or if it was brought up with other municipalities through you to Mr. Bellavance or the mayor. If we were to somehow get out of having a bus route in Peabody, can we still get those grants and not have to do this? Because frankly, I don't think many residents of Peabody use this bus route. I think it's used as a way to get through Peabody from other cities, neighboring cities, and get to the Liberty Tree Mall or the North Shore Mall. I would be, if we can get out of that and not be an MBTA community, and then bring a regional transportation system to our city that's more in line with the culture of transportation in our city, like how Salem has the Salem Skipper or something like that, a ride-share service that's not a bus that clearly our residents are not using, and it's in a very limited path. I couldn't pick up a bus from my house, and I actually live near the mall, so if that's been a thought at all.
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. I believe that was one of the questions that several communities asked because of the limited service that they have in regards to that. Communities that, for example, like Essex or something like that, that's nearby commuter rail and things like that, that don't really get the service. And as the mayor mentioned, we really have 2 bus routes that go through Peabody. Not sure how many Peabody residents use that, but yeah, that was a question that was brought up by other communities. So waiting to see if they make any determinations in regards to changing that look at the different communities.
Councilor Peach, anything else?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Councilor Peach. Councilor McGinn, then Councilor Turco, Councilor Daigle, and Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor McGinn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would agree with the majority of what Councilor Peach just said about getting out of it. Unfortunately, I don't think that works because I think the way the legislation's written, you also get dinged for being an adjacent community. So because we're adjacent to Salem and they have a train station, the requirements might not be quite as onerous, but I think we would still be impacted by the legislation. You referred to this as the state's got a carrot. I'd call it a stick. If they're denying us funding, I don't see how that's a carrot. But this whole thing is very frustrating for me because I think Peabody has done. You heard all my thoughts on this when we went through the housing production plan. I think Peabody has done a tremendous amount in terms of housing production, and now we get treated like every other community in the state that hasn't done their fair share, and we have to do more. We always have to do more. With respect to the requirement, and I know you said you were, Mr. Bellavance, you were pursuing technical assistance money, but in your departmental sessions when you said you kind of roundtabled this, did you talk a little bit about where existing zoning might satisfy the requirements? I mean, the density that we have in R5, for example, is quite dense, and we have definitely in excess of 50 acres. So, I mean, the first thing I look to is where existing zoning might already satisfy this. I believe if you can prove that your existing zoning already has a by right use for housing with that appropriate density, that you get out of creating a new zoning. So have you looked at that piece?
Yeah, so it has to be by right, and it can't be subject to special permit or variances. It can't be subject to, we can't put it on top of wetlands. There's a list of what the requirements are for that. There's 3 zones in the city that allow multifamily by right. It's R3, R4, and DDD. So we have those, and many of those have multifamily housing on there. The requirement is a minimum district of at least 25 acres, and then you can have as small as 5 acres. So, for example, you could have one 25-acre district and then 5 5-acre districts. So there are several locations throughout the city that do have multifamily housing, condominiums and things like that are by right. We haven't calculated all the size of those. Some of them we looked at, for example, Dearborn, that project is a by right. It meets the requirements. You can't have restrictions on bedrooms, things like that, can't be age restricted. So just as a kind of a quick overview, we believe there are some areas that we would already qualify for. Would have to kind kind of review it in a technical sense of actual acres and where things fall. And that's part of the technical assistance we were looking for, someone that'd be able to basically put those formulas together and make sure we qualify.
So the area might qualify, but the density might not, the allowed density, the current allowed density by right, is that, so you haven't looked at that piece yet, and that would be part of the technical review, is that?
Correct, yeah.
It can also be accomplished by an overlay district, and, you know, the mall, I believe, alone is 70 acres. The overlay district that we created is not by right, it's by special permit. But as I think we're looking this over, you know, under the legislation, unless something changes when they revise the guidelines when they come out this summer, my understanding is that an overlay is a permissible approach. Is that correct?
Yes, yep.
So, I guess that's another possible area to look, is the areas that we looked at from the overlay district. But again, we would lose the special permit piece of that, and I'm not sure that's a desirable way to go. But in just looking at alternatives, that seems to be something that ought to be on the list to evaluate. What's the timeline for engaging the technical assistance, Mr. Bellavance?
We're hoping that we'll hear back within a month or so that we would have somebody on board. We definitely want to try to meet the deadlines that they've required. So if that doesn't happen, that'll be something that we'll start working on in-house and putting together some recommendations to the council.
Thank you. Yeah, if you're looking for councilors interested in sitting in, you mentioned pulling together a working group on this. I'd definitely be interested in participating in that. I mean, from what I've read on this, what I've seen in the paper, et cetera, there's been tremendous pushback across the state. Is there any evidence that the state is listening to any of this feedback that's happening, and do you have any expectation that the guidelines that are issued this summer are going to provide any relief to what was initially proposed?
I'm not sure about that. I know the few seminars that I sat on, they actually had to cut those short because we just kept asking so many questions and clarifications, and we had to follow up with submissions and emails and things like that. So I know they're being bombarded by cities and towns trying to get answers in regards to this. So that'll be the key to see if anything really changes when they release the guidelines.
Yeah, again, I think, from a standpoint of Peabody, we have so many by right residential districts that include significant density, that the fact that we have to be subjected to this is frankly outrageous from my perspective. And, you know, I hope as we pursue this, we kind of look to what we do have and understand, you know, that this is really kind of an unfair situation we're being faced with here. I know we have to deal with it, but I'm kind of in Councilor Peach's camp, which is, you know, what is it really? What's the potential impact of not complying? What is, you know, what grants truly are at risk here? You know, because I'm not sure that creating a, you know, if we find that current zoning can't be either acceptable in its current form or tweaked to meet the statute, and you know, I'm not sure that it's the right thing to do to participate at all. And we might, as part of the technical review that you do, I guess I'd suggest we evaluate that piece of it as well. What's the do nothing? What's the cost of the do nothing option? Thank you, Mr. Bellavance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. Councilor Turco, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Belvance, I know you're completely unsure of this whole thing, as am I, but the only real good information that I could find, and I don't know if you've read this, but on March 28th, the MMA and the Mass Municipal Lawyers Association put together an article and or letter to the state, basically citing all the flaws in the draft compliance guidelines. And it's unbelievable how many they mention throughout this. But some of the confusing things for me, I get where you came up with the 750 units, 50 acres at 15 units per acre. But there's also a separate section in there that says that bus communities are required to have 20% of their total housing units as multifamily. In Peabody, that equates to, I don't know if I can find that. No, that would equate, we have 23,191 units, housing units according to the census, would be 4,638 multifamily housing units. Now, I don't know what we have already, so I don't know if the 750 is more than that 20%, or if we're at the 20%. You wouldn't happen to know that offhand?
No, I don't. It's something definitely that we'd want to examine as part of this process.
Okay, and then the other part that's extremely confusing is on that January 12th webinar, the Housing and Economic Development Secretary, Mike Keneally, stressed that the guidelines are focused on zoning and protecting local flexibility and are not in any way a mandate for housing production in these MBTA communities. So I'm not quite sure why they would require us to create zoning, but they're saying it's not a mandate to create housing. And that's also cited in the MMA letter, that the law states that this is not a requirement to build housing. But I'm confused as to how we would have a by right district. Any explanation for that offhand?
No explanation at all. You read it right.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with my co-counsels. To Councilor Peach's point, I looked at the 2020 census. 84.2% of Peabody working residents drive alone to work. 7.2% carpool, which equates to 91.4%. 3.2% work at home, and 1% walk to work, and which leaves 3% that use public transportation. And I don't mean to make light of that 3% that needs public transportation to get to work, but I also am very concerned about the 97% that this would affect detrimentally. The other thing that census says, we keep hearing about the housing shortages and the housing needs. The census clearly states that the city of Peabody currently has 876 vacant housing units within the city. I don't see how creating 750 more along with the 876 vacant units is beneficial to anybody. Some other things that the MMA points out very quickly is the inclusion of bus stops in this draft explanation here. The law doesn't mention bus stops at all. This draft mentions it, but the Section 3A of Mass General Laws doesn't mention it at all. It was never brought up. So they just kind of added that. They also added the 50-acre determination. It doesn't say that in the slightest in the law. It says districts of a reasonable size. And then they took that and created this arbitrary 50-acre number, DHCD. So do they supersede? I mean, I guess I'm just rhetorical. I mean, does DHCD supersede what the state legislature did? It's not written in the law anywhere. So has anybody challenged this? Any municipality illegally as of yet?
I can't answer whether someone has challenged that yet. I know part of the, one of the webinars I did sit on was the Mass Lawyers Association, and they seem to have the most specific questions in regards to some of the flaws and some of those that you mentioned as well. So, yeah, it was 2 hours worth of a lot of non-answers to a lot of the questions.
Right, and I'm almost done. I just have a couple of highlighted areas that I just wanted the council to be aware of. For those that didn't read this article, the deadlines, March 31st, it says we have to have an action plan to DHCD no later than March 31st and be fully compliant by December 31st, 2023. And they haven't even come up with a final explanation as to what all this means. So has there been talk of extending those deadlines? Are those deadlines moot right now?
Yeah, that was a lot of the questions that were asked. I think we really haven't heard too much in the last month or so, just because they're waiting to hear what the guidelines come back and how they address those questions. But certainly, just looking at the deadlines that they had, I would think they would need to extend that. But that's just my opinion, and several other communities' opinions, but we have to wait and see what happens.
Thank you. I probably have another dozen or so, but you seem to be just as confused, and I share the sentiment of my co-councilors that I would just assume, obviously, we need to know what the number of lost grant opportunities would be, but I would support not creating this district. And if there is the possibility, I agree with Councilor McGinn, we did create the overlay district at the mall and Cross Street, I believe, which we just approved recently at 32 units in that area. The mall is of size, and, that's something that I would love to look at. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to follow up with that in regards to the residential overlay, the minimum is 18 units per acre, so that would qualify. So it would meet the density that was put into the residential overlay.
Thank you. So to that point, the only thing we would have to change in that overlay is to make it by right and take away the special permit requirement.
Correct, and that would just make sure the other requirements of that meet, because I think we're limited to 2 bedrooms in that, where this is stating that we can't limit the bedrooms. So there's a few things that we'd have to take a look at to make sure that it would qualify.
Thank you. And one of the other things mentioned in this law are bus stations. It doesn't specifically say an MBTA bus station, but we did just approve, obviously, the Peabody Logan Express, which is by definition a bus station. So that does equate to in the 0.5 miles of a bus station. So, in my opinion, anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Councilor Daigle, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of my questions have already been asked, but I will reiterate, and I've been scrambling on mass.gov to try to find the actual numbers. I am very curious to know the consequence if we were to opt out of being an MBTA community and what those consequences would be. I know 2 years ago, Peabody paid more into the MBTA to be a community than our surrounding neighbors, Lynn, Salem, Beverly, Danvers, and we got the least amount of services. So I'm curious how that trickles down. And I'll dig around too, but if Kurt, if you could look into that, that'd be great.
I think that's something certainly our office can do, is get a hold of the list of grants that they're talking about, and then take a look, maybe a 5-year look back to see what ones we've got and what dollar amounts that would equate to.
Councilor Daigle.
Thank
Councilor
you.
Manning Martin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to start off, on your letter to the mayor, agenda item C, Mr. Bellavance, on the last paragraph, it says, "We hope to present the guidelines to the City Council prior to May 2nd to remain compliant." Did we miss a deadline, or is that, because it's not May 2nd?
Right.
Is that our first missed deadline?
Well, that's the question I had asked, which didn't get an answer from in regards to the state. And what does present mean? We certainly submitted it to the city council, but was there an actual presentation made? No. So we never got an answer in regards to that. So it was submitted, and no one has said anything otherwise in regards to the state.
No one who? DHCD? Is this that black hole that we're asking all these questions to?
They're the ones.
Yes, okay. So DHCD, this is the same agency that's in charge of calculating our SHI, dictating who gets safe harbor. Do they give webinars and seminars on how to count SHI? I don't have any trust with in DHCD at all. We're waiting for their final guidelines. They give us they're throwing out all these required deadline dates, but they're not giving us any information in order to put together information to meet those deadline dates. And when you mentioned, I know all of my colleagues have mentioned the funding, which is of course important to find out what we would be precluded from should we not meet all these unknown requirements with no information. You mentioned a slew of state monies. Why would DHCD have any control over, I think you mentioned EPA money. How would all of that fall under DHCD? Why would they have any control over that state monies? Isn't there a certain pocket of money that they would be restricted? I can't see how it would cross cross the gamut, as you kind of rattled off.
Yeah, so this has been being, what's the word, moved through the office of EOEHD, the Executive Office of, I think, Economic and Community Development. So it's a broader department, which DHCD is part of. The grants that they reference to as the one-stop program. So when you go on to the one-stop and fill out your kind of general application, you have to kind of click the box that you want to, what you're going to apply this to. And then all the state agencies will list, not all of them, but many of them will list their grants through that one-stop process. So there are several different departments or divisions that we would be seeking grants through that are part of that one-stop program. So as I said, some we may apply for, some we don't, some that we would qualify, some we don't. So we can, as I said before, we'll put that list together and kind of put what we've done in the past or what we think. There may be some that we would never be eligible for, but certainly ones that we have and have used a couple different times, so we can put that list together.
Okay. And my colleagues have brought up such great concerns and ideas in how to move forward should, these time frames and deadlines come upon us and the state just says, well, I know we didn't tell you how to do this, but just do it, which sounds like what's going to happen. So I really appreciate my colleagues thinking, their forward thinking in anticipating being in that position. But what I don't want to do, I'm just uncomfortable that we're sitting here kind of taking a wait and see attitude. I think we should send a message, a letter to the state telling them what the Peabody City Council thinks of the lack of preparation, the lack of information, the lack of foresight, the lack of, help me out, people. I mean, this is just a mess. And then we're going to have DHCD I don't have any faith in them at all. So I'd be open to, I know Council McGinn said this is outrageous, it's unfair, and we don't feel that we should be, sorry, I did jot it down because I enjoyed what you were saying, and I agreed with it. Outrageous and unfair, and we don't feel that we should participate in it at all. Perhaps if they get their act together, maybe we'll consider it, but not until then. The fact that we're sitting here having this type of conversation with no information for the state to overreach and mandate things with giving us no information, we should just say, knock it off. We're not going to listen to it, and, we're not going to accept it. And they can take our letter and throw it in the circulatory files. That's fine, but at least we're making a statement that, get your act together before you come tell us what we need to do, when we need to do it, but not tell us how to do it. And we feel we can't do it. So I'd like to send a letter to the state saying just that. Comments from my colleagues?
Councilor McGinn, commenting on Councilor Manning Martin, please.
Commenting on a portion of it. I'm commenting on just to try to add a little clarity on what the effect of noncompliance is. If you go to page, there's that cover letter that was mentioned, and then there's a presentation. This is all in the submittal that we got. It's item C. So the cover sheet of that is MBTA Community Multifamily Housing. And if you go to page 12 of that, the heading of that slide is Effects of Noncompliance. And it lists 3 specific funding sources that I think would be in jeopardy. And it cites the law. It says Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3A, B, an MBTA community that fails to comply with section shall not be eligible for funds, and provides 3. Roman numeral 1, housing choice initiative as described by the governor's message to the General Court dated December 11, 2017. 2, local capital projects fund established in section 2EEE of chapter 29, and 3, this is the one that Mr. Bellavance referred to, the Mass Works infrastructure program established in section 63 of 23A. That's the funding source that Peabody tapped into for a lot of the work in the downtown area. Several years ago, there were two Mass Works projects, actually. And then if you go to slides 13, 14, and 15, it provides some detail on each of those 3 funding sources. So, I mean, we, at least from this, have a starting point of what we know, what's in jeopardy. You know, I realize, Mr. Bellavance, you're working off the top of your head on some of this stuff, and there's some ambiguity around some of it. But I think in this particular area, I don't think like any of the, the environmental funding sources that I don't think any of that would be in jeopardy. Certainly none of the federal money. So we can at least size that. I think size that piece of it to some extent, because each of these not only shows, we know what we've drawn on historically, but it also kind of shows what the pool of the money has been historically statewide. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just to follow up with you, Councilman McGinn, you're right. EPA, we would not be subject to that. I was just on the top of my head because we just got a $650,000 grant recently. So that's why I was thinking that. But EPA as a federal grant would not be subject to that.
Councilor Manning Martin, would you like to make a motion on your suggestion, or?
Well, I know what I want to say, but I'm not sure that my colleagues would approve of it.
Well,
so I would defer to Councilor Peach or Councilor McGinn, who really kicked off the discussion here today, to word that letter if they would be so inclined. If not, I can certainly let them rip.
Again.
Thank you. Through you to Council Manning Martin. I'm with you on the intent of what you're saying. I can't craft that off the top of my head here, because as I mentioned in my earlier comments, I know a number of communities have done this and done a lot of research on it, and have kind of submitted some kind of comprehensive rationale for their pushback. So I don't want to just kind of extemporaneously draft something here in session. If we want to compile something, I'm happy to contribute to that. But it would not be my preference to submit something that we don't put some thought into.
Councilors, Allison has just told me that she'd be glad to work with any of us to come up with a very diplomatic letter sent out. So why don't we leave that if anybody has an interest in doing that, please communicate with Allison on that matter. We have other councilors that want to. Councilor Manning Martin, you had the floor. Are you still on the floor?
I'd like to hear if colleagues want to make that motion, other than sending it to committee, you know. I'd rather leave the floor with the motion, but
Sure.
if that's, you know, if that's the will of the committee, that's fine, but I don't
No,
think,
no,
I don't think it takes a subcommittee for us to send the message that we need more information, we feel that this is unfair, and, you know, so I'd like to hear from Councilor Welton and Councilor Peach on that.
Okay, we have a number of people that want to still speak, and I'm going to get to you, Councilor Rosendahl, Councilor Melville. Still on that matter, Councilor Peach, would you like to speak on that matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know procedurally if we're allowed to do this, but I'd be happy to make a motion that the clerk works with interested counselors to draft a diplomatic letter expressing our frustration and concerns with the process. If everyone's okay with, you know, just voting on the concept of the letter and not having to actually see it before we send it. So moved.
Councilor Manning Martin, are you in agreement, or do you still want to move forward tonight with a letter?
So if Councilor
Okay.
Manning would like to.
Okay.
Defer to Councilor Rosendahl. I think he's stepping up to the plate. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Rosendahl, you were next up anyway. Councilor Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's absolutely foolish that we're having this conversation when the state doesn't even know what they're doing, to be perfectly honest with you. They're making a mandate that we have to increase our housing production, even though we're already doing that through 40Bs and through other areas. So to me, the language is very simple. There is no way, in my opinion, that this city council should move forward on any proposal of housing development when we're already doing our part. Period. End of story. They don't have their ducks in a row, so why should we automatically bow down and beg them to move forward with a half-drawn-up memorandum? It doesn't even make sense. To the point that was already raised earlier by a number of councilors, they're setting deadlines that we can't even meet, to the point that Mr. Bellavance was supposed to do a presentation to the city council. Let's call this the presentation. It's literally just a bunch of questions. We're asking him questions that he doesn't have the answer to, because in their infinite wisdom, they're supposed to get back to all of the cities and towns with answers. Well, when is that going to be? You don't know. Exactly. So how can we move forward on a production plan when there's literally no direction, no guidance, and nothing to really base this on? To me, I'll make a motion that the City Council of Peabody vote not to go into any mass housing production without a clear directive of what they're looking for. So moved.
The motion by Councilor Rossignol. Any comments on the motion? There being none, roll call vote, please.
Councilors Rossignol,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
McGinn,
I'm sorry, I need to ask for clarification from the clerk. Was it, were we making this a communication to the state, or is this?
Through you, Councilor, to Councilor Rossignol. Who are you addressing this to, sir?
Absolutely, to the state.
No.
Daigle,
No.
Gould.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Councilor Rossignol, you have the floor.
I'll yield. I know there are a number of councilors that haven't spoken yet, so I'll yield.
Melville, please.
I'll go quick because we're
Yeah.
well over. And we got a lot tonight. So anyway, this is, my view on this is this was what we would call press release legislation, where we're creating, somewhere someone wrote a press release that they're going to create 75,000 new units. The legislation passed in February 2021. Obviously, there was a lot going on at that time. And now the agency that's in charge of it is giving not very clear information to the cities and towns who are on a deadline set by said legislation. So it's obviously not the way this should be going. There was a motion by Councilor Peach that I think would make a lot of sense, in which a very specific outline of the issues that were found in the guidance that don't match up with the legislation, as Councilor Turco pointed out, and then to impact that cities and towns like Peabody that are also fulfilling their obligation on housing. I think that clarity would put this council on the record, very specific, and that, I think, based off what Councilor Peach said, and if a member of the committee made that motion, I'd support it, would go a long way in identifying the issues that we were going to have, and then also communicating that to the state on the city of Peabody, which, by the way, I'm sure, as Mr. Bellavance said, is probably reminiscent of many other communities, specifically communities like Peabody. So that's just my thoughts and what I would support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Melville. Councilor Rossignol, would you amend your letter and incorporate the suggestions of Councilor Peach?
I will not, and the reason for that is simple. I think we are doing our part for our production of housing. I think our infrastructure could not even withstand another bump in housing production in any form, to be perfectly honest with you. We're doing our part as a city to try to maximize our housing production, and I think we're doing a good job with that. I really do. I think this council has worked diligently. I think the city has worked diligently on housing. I really do. And if you look at the amount of units that are going to be moving forward in the next couple of years, it's well far and beyond a number of communities around us. And for the state to just paint every city and town that happens to either have a bus line or a railway with the exact same brush is folly. It does not make sense to me. So I appreciate Councilor Melville. I appreciate Councilor Peach's succinct points. But to me, this is absolutely frustrating that every city and town gets thrown into the exact same well when they're not all the same. And that is bothersome. And that is why I made the motion the way I did.
Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Councilor Manning Martin, and then we're going to wrap it up. Oh, Councilor
Yes, thank you,
McGinn.
Mr.
Councilor
Chairman.
O'Neill, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Councilor Melville, Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, the motion was made and roll call, and it passed 3-2. So to amend a motion, to request amend a motion that has already been made and passed is not proper. So, and I concur with Councilor Rossignol that this is such a mess that the state is pushing forward, and I think to just send a clear message back to the state that we're not interested in participating in the mess is clear and concise. To ask them more questions and for more guidance, you're just going to get the same responses that Mr. Bellavance claims that he got in his seminar to figure this out. I don't know, we don't know, we'll get back to you. The motion's been made, the message is being sent, and I wholeheartedly agree with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor O'Neill, you haven't had a chance to speak, please.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I'm not a member of this committee, but did want to speak briefly. I agree with everyone's concerns brought up and just this mandate, if you will. I just would offer up two viewpoints. One is we should probably, as part of the considerations of whether we want to actually, involve ourselves and comply with this mandate, is I'd like to know, in terms of the MBTA community costs, what we pay on an annual basis to take part in that to the state, and would like to also know is, is it something we'd want to continue? Is it worth it? Councilor Turco's point about the number of people that commute, I do want to make sure that we understand that the ride share, the ride service, which is just so helpful to elderly, those that are handicapped, and disabled, but it's a terrible service. They don't do what they should do. So I guess I'd just like to know that also too, as we could find out how many people use the ride on a ridership basis, just to look at that as part of the human capital. Do we want to continue? But and lastly, I'll sum up that I won't support a letter that is not, if it comes out of committee, which it's going to be reported out, the letter that if we are going to write to the state, we need to say, here's why we don't think we should have to comply with this, here's what we've done. It should be as Council Melva said, it should be concise about the efforts we've done. If we just send them a letter saying, we think this stinks, which it does, without saying anything else, it doesn't do anything. And that's just why I won't support it coming out, but I did want to make that comment during the committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Neill. Councilor McGinn, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Councilor Rossignol, I agree with virtually everything you said. Unfortunately, the letter that's going to come out of your motion isn't going to capture any of that, which is why I prefer the approach that was suggested by Councilor Peach. So I want you to understand that. And, you know, so whether it, you know, I'm going to make Councilor Peach's motion. Whether it ends up being 2 communications from the council or 1 communication from the council, depending on how things get voted out of committee, we'll see how that goes. But the again, I think all the great points you made in your commentary, much of that belongs in the letter. And I think if we kind of go with the you know, kind of we don't like this approach without giving the rationale, it's not going to pack as much punch. So for that reason, in the interest of brevity, I'd make the motion that was previously suggested by Councilor Peach. Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. The clerk needs some clarification. I'll get to you in 1 second, councilors. Do you have that language, Councilor? Councilor Peach, do you recall what you would like to? Now, are we pointing back to Councilor McGinn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My suggestion was that a motion to have the clerk draft a letter summarizing our points in discussion tonight to express the unhappiness of the Peabody City Council to DHCD or whoever at the state, our elected officials, our governor, whoever wants to read this, but it's a mess. Thank you.
You heard the motion by Councilor McGinn through Councilor Peach through Councilor McGinn, I should say.
Yes, I believe her original language included the word diplomatic.
Yes, it did include diplomatic. Comments on the motion. Councilor Manning Martin, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate now that at least there's more agreement in sending a letter. But, you know, I did request of you for your input initially, and you balked. So, you know, the motion's been made, it's passed 3-2, and it's the message of the subcommittee. And now we're trying to undermine the motion that has been made. And I think you had the opportunity to give your input before, and you weren't interested. And then you weren't interested in the message, in the letter that was on the floor made by Councilor Rossignol. So I just feel that this is like backtracking and instead of just going with the motion. If it goes to the regular city council floor and the full committee doesn't wish to send that motion, I think you should make it be more appropriate for you to make that motion then to try and get a full motion of the committee. So, you know, the motion has been made and is coming out of subcommittee, and for another motion to come out that undermines that motion is not proper. There was no motion to amend it at the time. The motion's set and the motion has passed 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor McGinn, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure why that's directed at me, Councilor Manning Martin, but there was no backtracking, there was no barking. I told you that I agreed with the idea of sending a letter. I told you that I believed it needed to be comprehensive in nature and spell out our rationale for why we oppose this, and that it not be composed extemporaneously on the floor. Simply the fact that Councilor Rossignol was able to make his motion before I was able to make mine, it's simply how it played out. I stated on the record that I agreed with the intent of sending the letter. If we want to reread the transcript to refresh your memory, it's there in black and white. So I have been supportive of sending the letter from the initial suggestion. It's the form in which it takes that I have an issue with, and that was the reason for my vote, and that's the reason for the subsequent motion. There was no intent to undermine a fellow councilor's motion. I explained before I made the motion why I made the motion. I think that Councilor Rossignol made some fantastic points, and I want to make sure that's captured as well as every other councilor's comprehensive comments that provide rationale as to why we don't support this mandate from the state. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any other comments on the motion? Motion was made by Councilor McGinn. There being none, roll call vote, please.
Councilors Rossignol.
No.
Manning Martin.
No.
McGinn.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Any other comments? I'll take a motion to adjourn, please. Councilor Welton, please.
Thank you. I'm not on the committee, so thanks for the opportunity to talk. I really don't have much more to add after that, but I do have two questions that I'm hopeful that Mr. Bellavance can ask in trying to get additional information. The first is, does school funding also, would that potentially be impacted by our inability to move forward with this? That would be one. And if so, in any capacity, if that's any grants from any granting authority within the state, I would want to know that. And the second thing is if this would impact our ability to move forward with our trolley plan to connect to the Salem Transportation Hub, which I imagine it would have an impact in some capacity. So before we pull out of the MBTA, I would want to know that. Again, I'm not on the committee, but it's going to come to a vote for the council, and I think that's information that we should have. Thank you.
Further comments from councilors? There being none, I'll take a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order this evening's meeting of the Legal Affairs Committee. In attendance this evening are committee members, Councilors McGinn, Peach, Rosignol, and Turco. Also in attendance are Councilors Gould, Councilors Manning Martin, Councilors Welton, Council President Melville, Councilor Gamache, and Councilor Daigle. We have one item on the agenda this evening, and it's to discuss the temporary polling location change for Ward 2 voters for the 22 elections, both the primary and general. So at this time, I wanted to turn it over to City Clerk Allison Danforth, who also is in charge of elections. And also, I should have mentioned that before I do that, I want to see if a committee member can accept, refer item 8I to this committee, this hearing tonight,
So
please.
moved.
On the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. And just to, for those that don't have it in front of them, that was a letter from Head Registrar Judy Blodgett explaining that she's unable to attend tonight's meeting to discuss this relocation, but she wanted to make sure that the City Council is aware that the Board of Registrars dutifully considered many factors in looking at the assigned polling location and felt that the temporary relocation to the Holy Ghost prevents the best overall solution. So I just want to make sure that people were aware that letter came. Also, we have in attendance tonight Registrar Joel Brenner, that he may be available to answer any questions that come up. So I'll now turn it over to Allison Danforth to provide kind of her overview of the process and kind of where we're at for committee members as well as other council members. Clerk Danforth.
Thank you, Councilor O'Neill. I'm requesting an affirmative vote of the council to temporarily change the Ward 2 polling location to the function room at the Brotherhood of the Divine Holy Ghost, 20 Holly Street, for the 2022 election cycle. The reason for the change is because our current location at the Welch School will not be available this year due to the extensive construction project that will be underway starting this summer. Since the September 2020 state primary, because of the state recommended COVID-19 safety precautions, the City Council voted to change our polling locations to larger venues to meet social distancing guidelines, and that change allowed all of our voters in a ward to vote in the same location. And we've had a very successful transition to the one polling location per ward, and I've received nothing but positive feedback from citizens, election workers, my election crew, and city councilors. So we had to look for a new site. And my intention really was to try to keep a one polling location for all 3 precincts. So former city clerk Tim Spanos and I did a site visit to the Holy Ghost to make sure that it would meet all of the state requirements. And so it does meet all of our requirements. The building will be properly signed for all voters to enter through the main door. There's enough space inside for all 3 precincts to still meet social distancing guidelines because we are still dealing with COVID-19. The parking lot has ample parking and handicapped spaces. The only negative that we found is that there is no lighting in the parking lot, but I've reached out to John Myhouse at PMLP, and he is going to work with us to bring lighting in for both the September 6th and November 8th elections. So the most important part of this change is the notification to voters. As you know, we changed precinct lines and ward lines this year, and so many people already got postcards letting them know of changes. And it's unfortunate that we now have to send out another notice to let people know there is another change. So my hope, if this is an affirmative vote, is that I will be sending out postcard mailing to all of the voters in Ward 2. We'll work with the police department to place reader boards throughout Ward 2, at least 2 weeks before the elections, to notify voters of that upcoming change. Peabody Access TV will be running a bulletin of the temporary polling location change. It will be on our website, and I'll also be looking to have at least 2 robocalls go out regarding not just the election dates, but also of our polling locations. And although the state legislature has yet to vote on the permanent in-person early voting and the mail-in voting options, it is anticipated that these options will also be available to voters for the 2022 election season. The Board of Registrars met and unanimously voted to recommend this change to the City Council. As Councilor O'Neill told you, our Board of Registrar chairperson is not available tonight, but has sent a communication with her support. And Registrar Joel Brenner is also here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Danforth. Just while you've got the microphone, if you just wanted to touch on, great presentation about the situation due to the construction at the Wells School. Could you just touch upon, for council, committee members and other councils, if in terms of where we're looking for another location other than the Wells School, because we cannot use it due to the construction. Could you just touch upon other factors that were looked at, or maybe another location? Before I turn it over to the other committee members. Thank you.
Okay, so most of our locations that we could possibly go to are just, quite frankly, too small. I'll list a few that were under consideration. So one consideration was to put 2 precincts right here in this very auditorium, which is not in Ward 2, which does not have enough parking. We have 1 entrance, we have 1 elevator. There'd be way too many people coming in here. There aren't a lot of public buildings in Ward 2. The South School was once a precinct, but it was 1 precinct. Excuse me. We could not fit 3 precincts in there, and parking, there is no parking, it's just street parking, so that's very limited. The VFW on Stevens Street is not actually in Ward 2, it's very close. What else? The Higgins was also suggested, but we're already in the gymnasium with 3 precincts, and school will be in session that day, so it's not like we can use another part of the school, such as the cafeteria.
Thank you, Clerk Danforth. Any questions by the committee members? Council McGinn, and then Council Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk Danforth, thorough as always. I'm going to correct you on 2 points, though. City Hall is in Ward 2, as is the VFW. But the, I went to the registrar's meeting where this was reviewed. The location is not optimal for the Holy Ghost because of its location. It's not central to Ward 2. But as the clerk just stepped through, they reviewed virtually every other possible alternative, and whether it's the one she mentioned and a few that she didn't, there's issues with parking, the size of the location, handicap accessibility. I'm convinced they did a thorough review of the possibilities and have come up with, albeit not optimal, a best case alternative for this temporary measure. And I stress temporary because we're limiting this to the current year. It's our hope that the construction schedule for the Welsh will be to the point for 2023 that the school will be back and available for voting at that time. So while I don't love this, I'm accepting of it given the lack of a better option. I don't have a better option to suggest. I didn't at the registrar's meeting. I don't tonight. So Mr. Chairman, when others have made their comments, I'd be willing to advance a motion on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council McGinn. Council Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to share Council McGinn's sentiments on that, and the only reason I really quickly wanted to speak was at the May 12th meeting. I should have heeded my parents' advice and listened before I spoke. I kind of jumped that I was against this location as I wasn't listening to your motion, and I thought we were going to vote on it that night. It was a late communication that I was in the process of reading at the time. So did want to apologize to the clerk and to you and Councilor McGinn. I now realize after 2 weeks that this is the only location available to the city. So I do support it, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turk. No apologies necessary. I know we were moving on a lot of items that evening, and certainly that was a big change that people were just finding about that evening, and certainly totally understand. Any other committee members? Councilor Rosendahl, and then Councilor Gould, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to City Clerk Danforth, on Election Day, can you just ensure that there's going to be signage both at the South School as well as the Welch School directing them to the Holy Ghost, just in case and I know you're going to do your due diligence regarding trying to get the word out, but inevitably on Election Day itself, there are going to be people that fall through the crack, and in some instances they may actually go to their original polling place being the South School and not even realize that last year their polling place was the Welch. So my question is can you on Election Day just make sure that there's proper signage at both the South and the Welch School directing them to the Holy Ghost?
Absolutely. I think that's where the reader boards will be very helpful as well. And they haven't voted at the South School since 2019.
Just in case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rosendahl. Councilor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Clerk Danforth. Allison, alcohol is served at the Holy Ghost. Is that an issue?
Right now, under MGL, you are not allowed to have a polling location that serves alcohol in the building. However, I talked to the chief legal counsel to the Secretary of State, and she has advised me that as part of the state legislature's upcoming changes with regard, to all of the changes, the permanent mail-in voting, the permanent early voting, that subject is also going to be changed, spoken about, and apparently that's going to be changed, and you will be allowed to. So she has told me to move forward with this location, knowing that won't be an issue.
I'm surprised. I would think it would be an issue, but bigger decisions are made above us, so I just don't think it's the right message. Holy Ghost has a little bit of segregation. There's a small lounge and small restaurant off of the main entranceway, but still there's alcohol within 15 feet of the entrance to the hall.
Council, the bar has an entrance at the back of the building, and all of their patrons will be going to the back of the building. The voters will be using that side entrance, and there won't be any access from one place to the other.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gould. Important point to mention and clarify. Any other councilors have any comments? At this time, I'd accept a motion to approval by this committee for the temporary move to the Holy Ghost. So at this time, Councilor McGinn, would you like to make that motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be it ordered by the City Council of the City of Peabody that in accordance with provisions of Chapter 54, Section 24 of the Massachusetts General Laws, that the polling place for the voters of Ward 2, Precincts 1, Precinct 2, and Precinct 3 be changed temporarily from the Welsh Elementary School to the Azorean Brotherhood of the Divine Holy Ghost, 20 Howley Street, effective for the year 2022 only. So moved.
You've heard the motion from Councilor McGinn. Any questions? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilors Rossignol.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, committee members and councilors. That was our only item, so I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
On the motion, all in favor, any opposed? It's a vote. We are adjourned. Thank you.
This meeting will now come to order. Good evening. The City Council. The City Council will convene on Thursday, May 26th, to hold a regular meeting at 7:30 p.m. for the purpose of discussing any and all business via in-person or remote participation in accordance with Chapter 48 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Sections 20A, B, and C of the Acts of 2021, signed into law by Governor Baker on June 16th, 2021. Alternative public access to this meeting shall be provided in the following manner. 1, this meeting is being televised by Peabody Access Television on cable channel 9. 2, real-time public comment during public hearings can be addressed to the Peabody City Council using Zoom virtual meeting software for remote access. Users may view the meeting and make a comment or question to the chair via the audio option. Please visit www.peabody-ma.gov for Zoom information. This meeting is being taped by Peabody Access Television and is being recorded by the City Council stenographer. Please rise for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We don't have a record this evening. All right. We're going to move on to item 4, hearings. 4A, the clerk will read the public notice.
Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Peabody will conduct a public hearing on Thursday evening, May 26, 2022, at 7:30 p.m. in the Frank L. Wigan Auditorium, 24 Lowell Street, Peabody, Mass., and remotely via Zoom on the application from The Mills, Inc., DBA Antique Furniture and Upholstery, 58 Pulaski Street, Peabody, Mass., requesting a junk dealer's license for the sale of second-hand items at said 58 Pulaski Street, Peabody, Mass. For remote participation using the Zoom platform, please visit www.peabody-ma.gov under Calendar on the homepage or contact the City Clerk's office. Zoom information will not be available until the Friday before the meeting. Peabody City Council, Councilor Ryan Melville, City Council President.
Would the applicant please come up to the podium, and then Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am the general manager at Mills 58, the landlord of the applicant. So for the record and the minutes, I am going to recuse myself and step out of the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Daigle. The applicant, if you want to just press that button once and then just give us your name and address for the record along with a summary of what you'd like to do.
My name is Matthew O'Connell. My address is 3 Sunset Hill Road in Gloucester, Massachusetts, and I'm trying to apply for a junk license.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience wish to speak in favor? Anybody in the audience wish to speak in favor? Anybody on Zoom wish to speak in favor? I didn't see anybody today. If you're on the Zoom platform and you wish to speak in favor of this applicant, please raise your hand. Not seeing any. Anybody in the audience wish to speak in opposition? Anybody in the audience wish to speak in opposition? I don't see anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak in opposition. Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had the opportunity to speak with the applicant prior to tonight's hearing. This is a business located at Mills 58. There was a communication from the collector's office, and it was clarified with the applicant that that is not him and not associated with his business. There is also a communication from the health department, and I plan to include those as conditions of the permit. They're, pretty standard conditions that Sharon shares with us for these types of applications. And I did just want to clarify, on the notice, it says the Mills Inc. DBA. I threw you to the applicant. I believe that's just an error, and the name of your business is Antique Furniture and Upholstery. Okay. So I'll turn it over to my fellow counselors.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Any other counselors? Any other counselors? Seeing none, Councilor Peach.
Move to close the public hearing.
You heard the motion from Councilor Peach to close the public hearing. All in favor? Any opposed? The vote, Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to approve the application for the Antique Furniture and Upholstery operating at 58 Pulaski Street, Peabody, Mass., requesting a junk dealer's license for the sale of secondhand items at said 58 Pulaski Street, Peabody, Mass. with the conditions listed by our health department that the applicant must develop policies and procedures to ensure there's no unauthorized dumping or drop-off of materials outside business hours, develop policies and procedures regarding process for ensuring that items for resale are sanitary and free of pests, collection and resale of mattresses should be prohibited. Applicant should contract with licensed pest control professional to provide service on a monthly basis or more frequently if needed. Applicant must ensure that discarded materials are collected by private trash hauler frequently enough so that outside storage of unwanted items does not create a nuisance for abutters. Items to be discarded must be stored on the property and may not obstruct public ways. So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. You heard the motion from Councilor Peach. Councilor Gamache.
Is there hours of operation with this? I didn't see anything in the application.
Councilor Peach.
Through you, this isn't a special permit. It's just it's just a license.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilors Gould. Yes. Rozignol.
Yes.
Manning Martin. Peach.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Turco. Yes. Daigle. Melville.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Congratulations. All right, moving on to item 4B. The clerk will read the public notice. 4B.
Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Peabody, acting as the special permit granting authority, will conduct a public hearing on Thursday evening, May 26, 2022, at 7:30 p.m. in the Frank L. Wigan Auditorium, 24 Lowell Street, Peabody, Mass., and remotely via Zoom on the application from Pavement Maintenance Systems, Inc., 2 Fuller Avenue, Swampscott, Mass., for a special permit requesting to operate a paving, maintenance, and repair company in an R1A zone as replacement for heavy and large towing company that operate on the site by special permit at 65 North Central Street, Peabody, Mass., as filed in accordance with sections 1.5.1, 4.2, 6.1, and 15.7 of the Peabody zoning ordinance. For remote participation using the Zoom platform, please visit www.peabody-ma.gov under calendar on the homepage or contact the city clerk's office. Peabody City Council, Councilor Ryan Melville, City Council President.
Thank you. Would the petitioner please give us name and address and a summary of what they'd like to do?
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is John Kelty. I'm an attorney. I have offices at 40 Lowell Street here in Peabody, Massachusetts. I appear on behalf of Pulaski Acquisition, LLC, who is the owner of the property at 65 North Central, and they are hoping to place into that building Pavement Maintenance Systems, Inc. Raymond Felidi is the owner of the property, Pulaski Acquisition, LLC. He is here this evening with me to answer questions or concerns that you may have. And Pavement Maintenance Systems is here this evening, represented by their president, Stephen Marino. We are seeking a special permit to allow for a pavement repair and maintenance company. They are something of a niche company in the sense that they specialize in utility work, public utility work, do much work for the gas company, National Grid, et cetera. They do really not undertake small jobs, but instead stay in that niche which they have cultivated over a period of years and use equipment. They are mindful of the exact equipment they have, what will be on site. On 5/19, last week, we had a meeting with Councilor Peach and our neighbors. That meeting, I think, was illustrative of the kinds of conditions that people would like to see in the event that the City Council were to grant the special permit. First and foremost was a desire that there be no access from this particular parcel of land to North Central Street, that all of our access egress be through the land also owned by my client Raymond Filiti, which is immediately adjacent and gives us access to Old County Way, all of the parking lots, and Mr. Filiti's large tract of land that's located at rear 58 Pulaski. He has the ability to provide access from the rear. Some years ago, the property was owned by Brian Lynch. Brian Lynch lives on Ellsworth Road. He maintained a towing company. In my application, I had said large vehicle towing company. Not only were the vehicles he towed large, but the vehicles that towed the large vehicles were very, very large. Back in the 70s when he applied, I think 78, if I'm not mistaken, he applied for the special permit. It's residential land. He was granted a special permit to operate his company, provided he not utilize at all 65 North Central Street. At that time, I believe that the then owner, Mr. Lynch, was fortunate that he was able to use the land to the rear. It was not owned by him, but it all worked out, and people lived happily ever after. After our meeting with the neighborhood, we realized that they too would want no access to up and down North Central Street. So we've agreed to gate the roadway as it has been gated in the past. We have vetted that issue with the fire department, asking the fire department what they would like that gate to consist of. In other words, would they want crash gate, Knox box, or electric eye system that would open and close the gate? It was responded that the ability to close off the roadway, that authority rested in the police department, and it was suggested to us that if you obtain that permission, which had been granted before, and which has been the case in that area for some 35 years, don't check my math, we would be delighted to be able to say that we would install the Knox box. Any condition speaking to that issue, we'd be happy to reflect our willingness to work with the fire department to give them whatever it is they need. They've already indicated it would be Knox box equipment. We have also, as of recently as today, met with Captain Richards of the police department. He observed the site, had no objection to the gate. It is, after all, the last parcel of land on the property. The police would ask that we pointed out to the police department that we are providing, at the request of the neighbors, we're providing, rather than a gate right across our entrance to our lot and to the street, we are providing a little box in which will be gated, in which someone who has mistakenly tried to access our parcel of land or some other area at the end of North Central Street, that they would be able to use this turnaround that we've provided. It's fully paved, provides ample area to provide, at the minimum, a single car and a three-point turn. A smaller car, as a clever driver, would be able to make it inside that box, provided a complete cul-de-sac type turnaround. We're happy to answer questions. Both Mr. Filiti are here this evening and Mr. Marino about the nature of their business. One of the other points that the folks made was that there were some survey issues that had been actually performed by a predecessor entitled to us. We have corrected our survey. We have informed Mr. Vargas, who was our immediate next door neighbor, that we would move any encroaching blocks, and we did that following notification and discussion on Thursday evening, that equipment was out there Monday, and those blocks are moved, and we're reseeding any portions of land that Mr. Vargas felt were damaged. So we're happy to answer questions about the nature of the business in the person of Steve Marino, and we're happy to answer questions about generally the land and project in the person of myself or Mr. Filidi. Thank you, and once again, we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Is anybody in the audience that wishes to speak in favor of the applicant? Anybody in the audience wish to speak in favor? Anybody on Zoom wish to speak in favor? Seeing none, anybody in the audience wish to speak in opposition? Anybody in the audience wish to speak in opposition? Anybody on Zoom wants to speak in opposition, just raise your hand to this particular applicant. Seeing none, Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Attorney Kelty mentioned, we had a neighborhood meeting last week, which was well attended by the neighbors on North Central Street. And from that, we had great discussion with the property owner and with the business owner to get a better understanding of what operations will be going here. And from that meeting, I have a number of conditions that I will be putting on the special permit for the councilors to mitigate discussion if you have the same questions. The parking of the operation of the company here, they have people that come on site at 5:30 in the morning to pick up trucks, and then a later crew that comes in a few hours later. So at the request of the neighbors, one of the conditions would be that the 5 a.m. trucks are parked on the far side of the building as to mitigate the noise of the startup in the morning. There, of course, will be no access to this property from North Central Street, and as Attorney Kelty has said, they are addressing that, the landowner is addressing that with a gate. So I will condition this that the gate is to the standards of the police and fire department, and I will add the health department conditions as well, as they will have a small pile of stone dust that is stored on this property. One of the concerns of the neighbors is the smell of asphalt on the company because they're a paving company. They don't store any asphalt on site, and the trucks that they use to transport it are enclosed, so that's a non-issue. But other than that, I am supportive of this. I think the neighbors are also in support of this and happy to see a gate being reinstated at the end of the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Councilor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor Peach, for your hard work in getting a consensus amongst the neighbors to move forward on this project. Jack, Attorney Kelty, excuse me. The gate is, and I think Councilor Peach kind of briefly talked about it, the gate is being moved back closer to, there was a gate that's now gone and there's a new gate being put up. Councilor Peach, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. President, to the Councilor Gould. I don't know the full history of this property. There's an existing gate there. I don't know if there used to be a gate further off the property, but there's an existing gate, but that starts after the property that we're talking about. I believe an additional gate is going to be added by the property owner to ensure that there's no way to access this property from North Central Street.
Because in spite of good intentions, there was major abuse of that gate by the towing company and others that would come up Pulaski, go to the Old Country Way, and come right through and go down North Central Street. So that's the last thing we want to have happen here. And I know your client is well-intentioned. I just want to make sure that, did you say that Captain Richards recommended a knock box on the gate?
That was actually the fire department in the person of Chris Dowling, Captain Dowling. And yes, we're going to put the gate in the public way, extending across the public way all of the paved area so that you can't go around it through to this property. We will deny our own workers access from 65 North Central, from North Central Street. They will need to come in and out in the morning from the Old County Way side, and likewise, everybody employed by or any equipment coming to or leaving the site will come via Pulaski. It's Old County Way, actually.
So the gate will be wide enough, long enough for the lack of definition, to not allow any cars to go on the outside of the gate on either side.
That's correct, and it won't be perfectly straight. It would have a box available for people to be able to turn around and get out of that area without going on to our neighbor's property.
Captain Dowling recommended a knockbox, and
That's correct.
Captain Richards agreed. Captain Richards agreed with that?
Yes, the Knox box isn't actually in the police department's purview. The Knox box is in the fire department purview, and yes, he had no objection to the use of a Knox box to gain emergency access.
Thank you, Attorney Kelty. Thank you, Councilor Peach. Nice job. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. President.
Councilor Gamache? Yeah, just for clarification, you've designed a cul-de-sac per se to turn around for those people that go down North Central Street and are lost or whatever whatever you said. The only issue with that is the end of that street is where actually they used to plow the snow when they plowed North Central Street into the parking lot. They used to go, because I was this foreman, and we used to push it into the parking lot off to the left so that we'd open it up for both the tow company and the residents that got lost. What I want to make sure is there's an area to put that snow for when they plow and down, because that's the dead end. You need a place to put the snow when you get down there. So I want to make sure that there's an area that they can put the snow and still leave enough room for the cul-de-sac.
Cul-de-sac is more square than rounded. It's a box that provides the ability to turn. That can be plowed into, but then it would defeat the purpose of providing a turnaround. There is room where the city has historically placed the snow. That is on land that is technically owned by the MBTA, has not been utilized at all by the MBTA in some. What?
How many acres? 50?
Oh, oh, I get it. And that area is still available, and my client has actually entered into a lease with the T so that there's it's formal that he does have the right to utilize that. So the continued distribution of snow onto that left-hand side of our property and the public layout is certainly not objectionable to us, nor are we denying you access to do that.
Okay, just a point of reference, Councilor Peach, I would strongly suggest that you review that with the Area 3 supervisor when the plow season comes to make sure that they know where to put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Any other councilors? Any other councilors? Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Councilor Peach. How many trucks are we looking at accessing and entering this property per day?
I thank you, Councilor Rossignol. I'll defer that to the business owner who is here. I know we discussed it, but I don't have it in front of me.
Just need your name and address for the record.
Introduce yourself.
Steve Marino, Pavement Maintenance System. So we own currently 14 trucks. We just sold 2. We use on a regular daily basis 8 trucks, and the rest are for spares in the event of breakdown. So there would be 5 or 6 trucks sitting in the yard, during the day. Our only operation is the guys to come in the morning and get their trucks ready. 10 to 15 minutes, they're out of the yard. They come back at 4:30 at the end of the day. We have 2 crews that come in at 9 o'clock. They come in a little bit later, a little bit after dinner time, 7 or 8 o'clock. So it's just basically storage of trucks. So.
Thank you. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. President. And what's the maximum size of one of your trucks?
We have 5 F-350s, Ford F-350s, and we have 10 smaller dump international trucks. The trucks that we have
hold heated storage containers. I think the city of Peabody owns a couple, and they're for the purpose of storing asphalt in under heat. So,
Thank you, Mr. President. There'll be no asphalt stored on the property?
The other issue is the suggestion by Councilor Peach when she said that the asphalt, any that is in any truck is covered. It's not only covered, it's in a heater box. Yeah, so it's not just covered with the tarp.
Last question. There's proper curb cut to get into and out of that property from Old Country Road, correct?
It's not a formal curb cut. It's pretty much wide open. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Councilor Turco.
Very quickly, is this the same Marino family that owns a paving company on Corwin Street in South Peabody right now?
I'm Felix's youngest son. I left that company 28 years ago and started a business, a very similar business.
Okay, to that end, I believe maybe your dad was the one that kind of created that infrared paving process.
Correct.
So you do a lot of paving in the wintertime, but I would imagine there's some paving that's done, which is one of the reasons why he had the heated paving trucks created, so that you could pave smaller areas in the winter? No?
We only have 2 trucks operating during the winter, and it's for Eversource Gas down in the Brockton area for same-day paving. Our operation is a little bit different than the family business was. We don't manufacture materials, we don't store materials or any of those things. We strictly do infrared repair, same-day paving, fixing mistakes from paving contractors who pave roadways and parking lots and stuff like that. We're very specialized in the infrared repair. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other councilors? Any other councilors? Seeing none, Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to close the public hearing.
We have the motion from Councilor Peach to close the public hearing. All in favor? Any opposed to the vote? Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to approve the special application for Pavement Maintenance Systems, Inc., 2 Fuller Avenue, Swampscott, Mass., for a special permit requesting to operate a paving maintenance and repair company in a R1A zone as replacement for heavy and large towing company that operate on the site by special permit at 65 North Central Street, Peabody, Mass., with the following conditions. Hours of operation will be Monday through Friday, 5:30 a.m. to 8 p.m., Saturday for emergency response only, and no hours of operation on Sunday. The parking for the 5:30 a.m. trucks will be on the far side of the building, away from residential areas. There'll be no access from the property from North Central Street. This will be achieved by a gate that is done in accordance with the fire department and the Peabody Police Department. For the health department condition, the applicant shall implement a plan to ensure that any stockpile of stone dust are managed to prevent a nuisance or air pollution conditions and to prevent migration of dust onto adjacent properties through runoff. I'd also add to that no asphalt will be stored on site. And finally, we'll condition that this is a non-transferable special permit. So moved.
You heard the motion from Councilor Peach. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilors Gould.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Thank you very much, councilors.
Sure. We're going to take a 2-minute recess. right, we're going to get started. I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we're going to move on to item. Sorry. We're going to move on to item 4C. The clerk will read the public notice.
Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Peabody, acting as the special permit granting authority, will conduct a public hearing on Thursday evening, March 24th, 2022, which has been continued to May 26th, 2022, at 7:30 p.m. in the Frank L. Wigan Auditorium, 24 Lowell Street, Peabody, Mass., and remotely via Zoom on the application from CV13 Corwin LLC, care of Cargo Ventures, 440 McClellan Highway, Unit 105P, East Boston, Mass., for a special permit to operate a trucking terminal in an IP district at 13 Corwin Street, Peabody, Mass., as filed in accordance with Sections 4.2.6, 6.1, and 15.7 of the Peabody zoning ordinance. For remote participation using the Zoom platform, please visit www.peabody-ma.gov under City Calendar on the homepage, or contact the City Clerk's office. Peabody City Council, Councilor Ryan Melville, City Council President.
Thank you. Before we go to the applicant, Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the record, I did need to note that I am an employee of the Massachusetts Port Authority that currently owns land where Cargo Ventures operates on McClellan Highway. They're a tenant of the Port Authority. I did meet with the Ethics Committee attorneys as well as the Port Authority attorneys on several occasions, and they determined that since I am in the Aviation Division and not the Properties Division, there's no conflict, and I just merely needed to file a notice with the clerk that I do work for the Port Authority, which I have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And moving on to the applicant, can you give us a name and address for the record and a summary of what you'd like to do?
I'd be happy to. My name is John Kelty. I'm an attorney. I have offices at 40 Lowell Street here in Peabody. I'm appearing this evening for CV13 Corwin LLC, which is an entity formulated for use in business development business here in Peabody, and my client's general company name is Cargo Ventures. They are successful operatives in New York, Boston, Revere, Miami, and portions of New Jersey, and they are hopeful of bringing a tenant who currently is a tenant on McClellan Highway called Freight Forward, and they would bring that tenant here to Peabody. One of the driving forces for why this works so well is that Freight Forward, Forward Air, would like to be closer to where their principal portions of their business is. About 80% of traffic produced by their company ends up here in Peabody, even from the McClellan Highway portion of the business. We're proposing to develop a 61,000 square foot steel frame warehouse and trucking facility on the site. Existing lighting on the site will be removed and replaced with new pole-mounted and building-mounted LED lights. The project may include a standby generator for backup power if required by the building department and or fire department, whichever department may require that, will provide it. We've been through to the Conservation Commission. We've been to the Planning Board. We've been through construction review. Our site plan has been reviewed. Both agencies, both the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission, have submitted us to a rigorous peer review. Those peer reviews have been completed. At the end of the peer review and our commentary and our back and forth that takes place during that process, we have achieved an order of conditions allowing us to make remarkably significant improvements to the drainage that's on the site. We will make improvements to the handling of wastewater, and we will make significant improvements to our impact, reducing our impact to zero upon the Goldwaite Brook. We have filed with both of those agencies and both of those boards in compliance with Rule 17, 18, 17, in which the City Council asks, before we discuss with you whether or not the use can be had here on this site, we'd like you to design your building fully and bring it before our various boards and make whatever improvements are deemed necessary by that process. And we have done that, and we have been properly vetted by those boards, and we appear before you this evening, I believe, in complete compliance with Rule 17, which dictates that we have other permits in hand before we appear here. Now, we're here to ask you for the use, which, very simplified, is the use of this property as a truck terminal. We have made a presentation in which we've gone over all of the details with respect to our construction. We have given you traffic reports. We have presented those traffic reports. I'm happy to say that our traffic engineer, Vinod, is here this evening, and he is more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. I believe that we're here tonight, and we're down to really one sole issue. I think we are going to provide new tax revenue base. There will be new jobs. It'd be an increase, significant increase in the jobs that are currently there at Stahl. Stahl is a company that has seen better days. They have been purchased, the Stahl family, which were originally from Peabody and have been here since shortly after the turn of the century. They developed several chemical plants in here in the city of Peabody. Over the years, those needs have changed, both for their companies and for themselves. They have sold to a Dutch company who has been managing and operating this property. And over the last several years, the property has gone into some degree of decline. They have not ignored it. They have not. It's not decrepit, but it is a tired piece of property that needs new investment and needs new life. My client, Jacob Citron and Cargo Ventures and CV13 Corwin LLC, will bring that new life. They'll bring new jobs. They'll tear down buildings, remove tank farms, all of which have been, they've seen the end of their utilization and their worthiness. And we're happy to tear them down and put our new state-of-the-art building up. The building will afford less space than the existing building does. We're mindful of the fact that our use is by special permit. If a pure warehouser were to come along, they could convert that existing space into warehouse, and that's a by right use. They would obviously utilize the entire square footage of the existing building, and as such, I would proffer that we would be faced with a greater traffic impact than the impact being generated by this particular project. So why are we here? We're here really, in my opinion, we're here to discuss traffic. We believe we've given you every bit of traffic information we've had. We've shared with our consultant and with the peer review consultants. We've shared very particular information, which I think is very helpful. It tells us we know today who our tenant is going to be. We know the nature of that business. We know how many trucks they are going to generate. That generation of trailer trucks will be 45 in and 45 out. Those 45 trucks, however, although not coming in and out of Corwin Street, they are coming in and out of the industrial park. They are coming in and out of Lynn Field Street, Lowell Street, and they're among us today as we speak. Their deliveries from Forward Air come from the McClellan Highway, and they end up most often and very often in our industrial park. The goal here, the City Council, or our goal here is to provide space for Forward Air to conduct their business, which is largely conducted here in Peabody anyway, put them closer to their customer and closer to where the product wants to be at the end of the day. I was out the other evening, and I was at the Linfield Marketplace, and I overheard conversation at the table right next to us, and it was people complaining about traffic on Linfield Street. And I said, this is not good. And that's right up my alley, and I inquired as to where they lived on Linfield Street or where they lived in Peabody, and it turned out neither of them lived in Peabody. One was a student at Salem State, and the other was a employee at Salem Hospital. It began to sink in to me that Peabody is just what it has been described as in several recent profiles. It's a hub. If I have business in Gloucester, I'm going to go through Peabody. Why? I got to go and utilize 128. If I work at Salem State College and I go to school at Salem State, or I work at Salem Hospital, and I live in Linfield, Melrose, Malden, Reading, Wakefield, all of those up the 128 line. How am I getting there? I'm coming down Linfield Street. Well, take another route. Well, what is the other route? The other route is to take the next exit and come down Lowell Street. Another terrible problem. It's our misfortune. It's our fortune to be where we are. We attract a great deal of businesses. It's our misfortune that over the last 200 years of our existence, there have been solely 2 east-west corridors developed in the city of Peabody, one being Linfield Street and the other being Lowell Street. Route 114 affords another east-west corridor. It travels largely through Peabody, but then begins to be Danvers, and we share that with Danvers traffic as well. We can't control what happens in Salem. We can't control where people live and where they work. In particular, we can't control activities, expansion of businesses, and the like in our neighboring communities. And we can't change where we are, where we're located. Now, I've seen the letters from the various residents. I've heard testimony from neighbors. We held a neighborhood meeting. We wanted to hear firsthand what the objections and what the concerns of our neighbors were. And we found that the principal problem is traffic. Are we generating that traffic? No. Are all the businesses in the city of Peabody generating all of our traffic? No. But we generate the bulk of it. We must, as residents, we must live with it. Tonight, I think, is an easy vote for this city council. It's an easy vote because you've been contacted by so many people who have said, don't do this, don't do this. And so you close the public hearing tonight, deny whether or not there's an appeal. I'm not even interested in that discussion, only because that's not where we want to be. We don't want to be at odds with the city. My client, I think, in this project afford a unique opportunity for this council to be leaders, to be doers, to, at the end of the day, try to explore and exhaust the possibility of creating an alternative roadway. Is it my client's obligation to create that alternative roadway? I think not, only from the standpoint of we're not in the business, as the Cargo Ventures business, we're not in the business of creating public ways. If we were to pursue this alternative railroad land, which has the necessary width, has the necessary grade. Actually, it's almost perfectly flat. And if we run it straight out to First Avenue, we have no interference, no takings to be faced with if we're able to purchase that land. My vision at the end of the day is that this is a joint venture in the sense that the city and state, I believe, should and would work together. I've had the opportunity to speak to some of our legislative delegation, and they seem committed and eager to help. They would, I believe, they've been on record as saying they would be supportive of trying to gain state funds to acquire this land. I think that if a private sector party pursues this land, that price will change, and more importantly, perhaps not only with the price change, but at the end of the day, when it comes time to get the money to, and we are trying to ask the state legislature for that money, I think if it was solely for the benefit of this private party, that would be problematic, maybe even inappropriate. For me and for my client, we don't need this roadway. We need this roadway to improve conditions in the city of Peabody. We have rights in Corwin Street, and we have the right to traverse public ways. I'm not here to argue about our rights to travel on your roadways. I'm here to say I think there's an opportunity for us to pursue a fix, to pursue a purposeful goal, and that would be to acquire this land, seek the assistance of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts state legislature in paying for the land. It seems to me it is almost shovel-ready in the sense conceptually it is, but we don't even know. Does the railroad want to sell? At the last meeting, the City Council directed the Community Development Department to investigate, pursue, I'm not positive of the word and the terms you gave to them, and they did reach out to the railroad company. Actually, Mayor Betancourt pursued names given to him by Councilor Welton. Councilor Welton has had this idea and vision, and I think it's a good one. I think that that it's worthy of pursuit. We found that when reaching out to the railroads that the current owner of the property, that railroad, is selling its business, its land, its real estate, and the rights that come with that to a much larger railroad. I believe it is CFX, a national railroad concern. They are not in a position to, although we were led to believe that there is great interest, that it makes great sense. That makes great sense to the current administration. Some of those folks don't know when the merger takes place or the takeover takes place. They're uncertain of whether they'd have jobs and the like. So we are at sort of an impasse with respect to timing. My client needs to plan. My client needs to fulfill some financial obligations. We have offered that sum of money, $185,000, which we view as seed money to pursue the fix. If the council saw fit to think in terms of the future, to think with vision, to think in terms of leading us to a better place, I believe that language could be provided that would allow you to receive the $185,000. My client would also make a commitment to stay with this project. If it was the desire of the council that money be utilized to hire a consultant so that we didn't need to compete with, the department, community development department's agenda, trying to find someone who could chase this project full time. The city could utilize its money to hire a consultant to put that package together to advance this down the road. And my client would continue to work with, which would now be the city's consultant, trying to solve what is a very real problem. It's a very real problem for the city of Peabody, for all of us. I live here in Peabody, as most of you know. It's our all of our problem, and it is not Mr. Citron's problem, except for the impact that his minimal increase in traffic has upon the emotions, has upon even the reality that is there going to be slightly more traffic? Yes. When we have submitted our traffic numbers, we have submitted them to, and those have been vetted, and we are committed to. We have found nobody cautioning us that our numbers are skewed, that our numbers are not real. Our numbers are real. We know the exact count of traffic that is on Linfield Street a day. That's the current count. Will it be the future count? Something will come along that, in my estimation, somewhere will increase it. It could be a development in Salem. Could be a development in Beverly, which would become another product of another community that would be accessed through the hub, through Peabody. We are dedicated to working with the city. We are dedicated to working with the city council to fix that problem. My client Jacob Citron is a person who literally will put his money where his mouth is. I cautioned him at the outset of this journey, cautioned him about putting that money in his initial proposal to the city of Peabody, but as I suggested, Mrs. Citron is a guy who puts his money where his mouth is. He sees the problem. He doesn't really view it as his problem, except somewhat ancillary. He's not causing it, and he'd like to help fix it. There must and should and can be a way that we can work together to solve the problem, or at least find that nobody wants to sell that land, that the railroad has no desire to sell that land, and there is no fix available to us there. I think it is a stone that should not be left unturned. We should follow that through. We should, as a city councilor, and we should, as citizenry and an administration, we should see if we can do better, if we can do good, if we can take action. Let's do it versus let's kick the can down the road. I know that the council, through the police department, et cetera, we have looked at various tweaking of traffic lights. We've looked at all sorts of, should there be a new signal up at Summit Street, all of which are efforts on the part of the city and council and administration to better that situation. I think that this is another opportunity. I implore the council to literally not throw the baby out with the bath, to look at this as a potential fix, to look at it as a pathway to a solution. And I make ourselves, our team, available. Our PEs are available via Zoom. If the council has any questions, our traffic consultant is here this evening and is more than happy to answer questions that you may have. For me, on a very personal level, as a citizen of the city of Peabody, I view this as, at its core, it's about 45 trucks in and 45 trucks out, and the potential to fix this problem, or at least make it much better, ameliorate it. And my client sits here this evening with an opportunity, as he views it. He views his proposal is an opportunity for him to participate, become a citizen here, the city of Peabody, and an active problem solver, not a problem maker. It's not his intention ever to complicate things here in the city of Peabody. We've had the opportunity to meet with councilors. We've had the opportunity to be before this council prior to this evening, and we are welcoming the opportunity to be back before this council if that's the wish of the city council, and if the city council desires for us to work on language that would get us to this solution, get us to a closure at least on whether that land is at all valuable to us. I don't see any reason why that should be the case, that it would not fulfill a need and be of value to us. I do see the possibility that, and I think I'd be foolish not to, that it might be that the railroad doesn't want to sell it. Don't understand quite why, since it's only used in it's not used at all in the westerly direction, and in the easterly direction it is utilized going through Peabody Square from Eastman Gelatin, which is now Rosalyn? Rousselot. With that, I'm happy to answer questions along with my team, and once again, I implore the council to be leaders, and let's do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Kelty. We're going to move on to public participation. Does anybody in the audience wish to speak in favor of the application? Anybody in the audience wish to speak in favor? Anybody on the Zoom wish to speak in favor? Seeing none, anybody in the audience wish to speak in opposition? If you want to come on over, and can line up, just state your name and address for the record, and then let us know. Just watch out for the wire. Thank you. You want to just press that one time?
Okay. My name's John Adros. I am a resident 5 Wasselchuck Drive in South Peabody, right off of Linfield Street. I also have a dental practice at 113 Lowell Street, and I own a home at 111 Lowell Street. So I'm intimately aware of the traffic situation. And although I understand what Jack was saying about improving things down in that area, that would be nice. But the reality of it is still that we're going to have 90 different vehicles leaving or coming into that area every day. I leave my home to get to my office at 6:15 in the morning. I don't see my first patient till 8 o'clock. Why do I leave at 6:15? Because if I wait a little bit longer, maybe 6:30 if I'm running late, I'm sitting out in front of Hathaway Street waiting to get down to go through the intersection there. Jack's right, it is a hub. It's like Gettysburg was in 1863. They wanted Gettysburg because it had 5 roads going right through it, and that's just like South Peabody is right now. Folks, if we don't stop this type of thing, not only is it going to be crazy traffic, you know, starting in the morning at 6:30, they're going to start dumping out trucks. Now, they say they have these trucks would be coming to Peabody, a good number of them anyway. That may or may not be the case. But I'll tell you, if we have more trucks in the winter coming down Linfield Street, that road is going to be dug up terribly. It's already a mess. It usually is. And although we try to keep up with it, every winter it's a problem. Those are 2 narrow streets. Going on to Lowell Street, that's a narrow street as well. And if someone wants to come to my office for a 3 o'clock appointment, they better leave about 2:15 to get there. And we tell them that. This is not a good idea, and I ask you to think carefully about this and reject this. That's it for me.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in opposition? Anybody else wish to speak in opposition? We're going to do just the folks that are in person first, and then we'll move to the folks on Zoom so there's no confusion. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Mr. President, my name is Richard M. Medina, 1-B Laurel Street. I live about 100 yards from Stahl Chemical. Please be patient with me as you have been with the petitioner. This is my 4th visit to City Hall on this matter. I called my wise friend in Nevada, and the discussion led to this hearing. He suggested I use love as my theme, so here goes. We all here love America. We pledge allegiance to the republic with liberty and justice for all. We love Peabody. The executive and legislative branches serve to make Peabody a place we can be proud to live, now and in the future, raise families, and do business. I believe the petitioner feels the same strong love of our country and his hometown, family, and neighbors. My comments here are all given with a strong sense of love. A recent headline in the Boston Globe, and I quote, "Massport at Logan plans to reduce its carbon footprint by 20%. Guess where most, if not all, of that carbon would land? Right in the edge of Linfield, street homes, and families." Mayor Betancourt and several of Peabody's finest ran the marathon to support Cops for Kids with Cancer. I am speaking tonight to prevent kids from getting cancer. At the last hearing, I spoke of public safety. Tonight, I address public health. I spent 2 hours reviewing the statements from the petitioner and city officials. Here are my observations. The petitioner claims that there will be little impact on traffic. Common sense says differently. 60 to 90 diesel big rigs in and out of Corwin Street will have a high impact. If the council grants this petition, this permit, within 6 months, the petitioner will seek a variance for 100 or more. The Board of Appeals will grant it based on past practice. Google 7 Dearborn Street. The idea of an alternative roadway is pie in the sky. If this is a serious proposal, the petitioner would have detailed binding agreements with I's dotted and T's crossed. If you believe this smokescreen, there's a bridge in Brooklyn I would like to sell you. The comment of the Director of Community Development should carry significant consideration, and I quote from his comments. This parcel is located in an area of the city that has opportunity to provide better and more appropriate use than what is currently proposed. That's from the Director of Community Development. Before any councilor votes in favor, the director should appear and amplify his concerns. Transparency and trust demand this. What is missing are statements required under the United States Clean Air Act of 1970 and regulations required by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. Specifically, and I quote, "Hazardous or toxic air pollutants that pose health risks, such as cancer and environmental threats, such as bioaccumulation of heavy metals." I, like many of you, are not familiar with the trucking industry and its emission of diesel exhaust. So I would like to use this opportunity to use an analogy of the tobacco industry and the first and second-hand smoke. This is a rhetorical question. How many of the 11 councilors smoke? I would bet maybe one or two. Why so few? Maybe, number one, your elementary class went to the Museum of Science and you saw the display of two human lungs, one pink and clear, the other black and sickly. Gross, you said. Maybe in junior high, your health teacher drilled into you the harm of smoking. In high school science biology class, you dissected a feral pig and saw how the lungs work. Maybe you saw 60 Minutes with Leslie Stahl reporting on the tobacco industry with 5 executives swearing in front of the Congress and the American people. And I quote, "Long-term smoking or exposure to secondhand smoke did not or does not cause lung cancer." Then a concealed memo from the 1950s revealed just the opposite. These same 5 executives came back and were forced to retract their sworn testimony. They were fined millions of dollars for lying to Congress, and millions more in lawsuits filed by families that lost loved ones. Maybe you yourself saw a loved one suffer from the lifelong habit that they couldn't kick. Maybe it is not socially acceptable, as in your parents' and grandparents' day. Through all of the above and more, your generation has hopefully become enlightened. The problem is to transfer this enlightenment into action, and that takes personal and political courage. By the way, all restaurants in Peabody, indoor and outdoor, prohibit smoking under the Massachusetts law, city ordinance, and health department regulations. This shows that the state and city have a moral, medical, and economic interest in keeping its citizens healthy. This brings us to the request for the special permit. The papers submitted do not include Mass Department of Environmental Protection required operating permits outlined in the Clean Air Act. This is the summary of the Clean Air Act that I refer to. And here's 3 other things I used to research this. What is the long-term health impact on a neighborhood exposed to constant diesel fumes? Does such a study exist? What is the data or the data? In 2007, the United States Supreme Court in Massachusetts versus the Environmental Protection Agency ruled that Carbon dioxide, diesel exhaust, is an air pollutant under the Clean Air Act. To pollute means to make impure, defile, profane, and to make unclean. In the report titled Carcinogenic Effect of Exposure to Diesel Exhaust, submitted by the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, controlled studies in 1987 using gerbils, mice, and rats concluded high exposure led to significant findings of benign cysts and malignant tumors. The petitioner argues that this proposal is the best use of the land of Stahl Chemical. I respectfully disagree.
Excuse me, Mr. Medina?
We know that the fine property
Mr. Medina?
is highly contaminated.
Excuse me, Mr. Medina? We're at like 12 minutes.
Pardon?
We're at about 12 minutes, and I know we have some other folks that want to speak.
I'm almost done.
All right, I just want to make sure we get,
okay.
trying to give you the time.
Thank you. Thank you. I respectfully disagree. We know that the fine property is highly contaminated, and that after 100 years of operation, leaks and dumping and spills and explosions, pollutants have leached and migrated or meandered into Stahl property. All the proposed terminal would do is cover it over, out of sight, out of mind. Please look at what Beverly is going through at the former variant site. I propose that we, the city, purchase this property using the community and open space funds and the city planner, Alan Levin, incorporated into a 7-year plan. Sites like these are the prime reason why the federal and state programs were enacted to clean up our cities from prior ignorance and indifference. In closing, I earlier referred to the 1987 City Council vote regarding the zoning of the Centennial Park. You remember Louis Sosimo. That council promised neighbors that a 200-foot buffer zone would be installed to protect them. Now is the opportunity for the city to keep its promise and not constantly live with the mistakes of the past. Before you please vote, connect the dots and consider the elderly with respiratory issues and the children at Busy Bee Nursery, laughing, yelling, shouting for joy when they are outside to get a breath of fresh air. My old friend John came over and asked how the council will vote. I responded, "The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the audience that wishes to speak in opposition? State your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Ann Quinn. I live at 198 Linfield Street. I'm not going to talk anything about the traffic issues. We all know about that. But what I think I heard tonight was Mr. Kelty's proposing another study, an investment of $185,000 to find some fix for this problem, and that this money is going to come from the private, his client, and city and state funding. And all I want to say is this is a private enterprise, and I don't want a single penny of my money put into studying the solution to this problem, which is a private problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in opposition? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry.
For the record, my name's Russell Donovan, 12 Quail Road, right down the street from this proposal. I'm confused tonight because Jack gave you all the good reasons to build a new development that's not what is before you tonight. He wants to spend our money to make a profit for that developer. And as anybody with history around here, developers come and they go. They had to develop a land, make a buck, and leave and move on. We have empty warehouses up on Centennial Drive with promises to build. They flip them, make a lot of profit on it. But let's go to what's proposed tonight. Jack talked about his travels through the North Shore. He's not driving an 18-wheeler. We're talking about big trucks coming down Linfield Street. We talk about we have an infrastructure problem that we really can't fix because we are limited space, existing properties exist, unless you want to take by public eminent domain to make more roads, there is no real fix for the problems that we have. We're talking, he said 45 trucks in, 45 trucks out. If they're coming in and going out, what are they doing there? Why don't they just go to where they're supposed to go to? What they're going to do is bring material in because they're moving material and spreading it out on other vehicles. Why would they bother stopping at a terminal if they know where they're going? Just go there. They're breaking down loads to send those materials to their customers. That's what they do. They're transporting material. That means motor vehicles. That means big trucks, little trucks, cars, any kind of motor vehicle. Now, he talked about land taking on a new proposal that's not before you tonight. It's a promise. He's going to put some seed money in of $138,000, $150,000 for a proposal to buy the railroad land. But talk about 1 minute. When we drive down 128, what do you see being built on 128? Sound barriers all the way along the road. What you're proposing to run a road down to First Ave, 35 feet away from that is the homes of Quail Road. Are you going to put sound barriers up along that stretch of land? What are you going to do to that property value along those properties? You're going to ruin the neighborhood. You're going to ruin all of us. The roads exist as they are. And to talk about traffic, for those who have been around for a while, when Councilor Toomey was on the city council back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, up to 2000, I think, the city of Peabody was talking about a connector road to get the traffic off of 128 to Salem and Marblehead, and we built a connector road. It's that Lowell Street exit that brought all that traffic from 128 down onto Lowell Street. So now that traffic is backed up onto 128. We have accidents there regularly. So we didn't solve a problem, we created another problem. Nobody wants to go down Lowell Street to go to downtown Peabody unless they have to. They're actually going to drive through Peabody, as we said earlier tonight, and go to Salem, go to Marblehead, go to wherever. They're not stopping in downtown Peabody for revitalization. They're driving through. They curse themselves every time they drive down to Lowell Street. I was down there today. But let's go back to the proposed road that's not before you tonight. But he wants to spend our money, not his really, our money to make a profit for them for what they might be there in 5 years. But in 10 years, I guarantee you, they'll be gone. They flip those properties every day. Technology Drives, they've sold 3 of the properties in the last 2 years. But going back to that, 35 feet away are my neighbors from that railroad track. You make it a highway down to First Ave using public funds, you're ruining my neighborhood. That isn't before you tonight. He had a promise and a prayer to you tonight, but that's not what you're voting on. You're voting on a proposal. The traffic is a problem. They're a traffic company. That's what they do. They move material with big trucks, little trucks, all through the night. It's not good for the neighborhood. That's why it's a special permit and not by right. I urge the city council to vote it down tonight and end this thing. Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience wish to speak in opposition? Joel?
Good evening, everybody. Joel Brenner, 5 Alexandra Street. I am not a direct abutter, but I'm an abutter to an abutter, so I am pretty close to where the proposal is being placed tonight. I've lived in my house for almost 30 years now on Alexandra Street. It's a wonderful neighborhood. It's relatively quiet. We've got Summit terminals behind us, so it's kind of noisy. We were certainly happy when the train stopped running, that's for sure. But, you know, we raised a family here. I'm not the smartest guy in the room for sure. So I said, you know what, I'm going to get up, hop in my car, and let me go see what this company does. So I took a ride, and I just sat for about 45 minutes watching what happened at the trucking terminal. Oh my gosh, I do not think that's a good idea for our backyard. I don't know why they think it's a good idea. I don't understand it, because you're in the middle of a residential neighborhood, and everything that everybody's already talked about, whether it be the traffic and everything else, all good points. And yet, here we have an industrial park right up there, and we're not talking about that. I don't understand. All I see is that there's a proposal that's basically in my backyard to put in a trucking terminal that, yes, the traffic, oh my gosh, tractor trailers coming in and out of Corwin Street, just think about it, right? Trying to take a right turn, they're gonna cut off traffic, trying to take a left turn. I'm not a traffic engineer, I don't pretend to be one, but I have eyes, I have ears. And I watched what happened at their current facility. They're pretty busy. Good, that's a good thing, right? Business is good. But I don't know if that's a good thing and a proper use of what's gonna happen on Corwin Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience wish to speak in opposition? Anybody on Zoom wish to speak in opposition? Just raise your hand on Zoom. Anybody on Zoom wish to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none, Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to just draw attention that in the packet, there was also late communication 1 through 20 from the last submission, which also includes resident feedback opposing this project. So just to keep that in mind as well.
Also have some late communication.
Yeah, I was just gonna make that motion. Okay. Move to receive late communication 3, as I'll reference briefly in my remarks, so moved.
And we have late communication 2 as well. You want to just receive them both?
Yes, receive late communication 2 as well.
I heard the motion to receive late communication 2 and 3. All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. Councilor Welton.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to speak with the petitioner over probably almost a year at this point. I've had an opportunity to speak with the petitioner probably for the better part of the year at this point. A number of meetings with the petitioner and the attorney. Thoroughly reviewed everything that has been submitted by Attorney Kelty on behalf of CV Cargo Ventures at this point. And I would ask the council and the audience to indulge me for a few minutes. I wanted to go through and make sure I addressed each of the points as adequately as I could. So I typically don't have as many notes, but I have a number of notes since this is a pretty robust project. I will keep it brief, but I did want to be thorough in response. And first, let me begin by stating my appreciation to the attorney and the petitioner for their hard work in bringing this matter before the council. They've conducted numerous studies and reports and provided to us in the municipal processes. I know you had referenced Rule 17. And you've gone through all the boards and committees, and you've provided a lot of information which has been informative for me, and I'm sure it's been informative for other councilors also. I must say, however, that despite these efforts, nothing provided to date has resolved or even addressed the concerns about which I speak tonight. in Attorney Kelty's memo of May 3rd to the council, he appropriately stated that I have saved the discussion of traffic impact of my client's project for last because the issue appears to be the one that has generated the most concern among neighbors closely proximate to the site. I believe this to be an accurate statement, which has been echoed by many constituents of Ward 1. However, I must respectfully disagree with the assertion that the traffic impact will be minimal. The petitioner is relying upon a traffic study conducted by VHB, which discusses traffic impact only in terms of limited additional traffic, based upon the number of additional vehicle trips generated by the proposed truck terminal. But it addresses only the number of these vehicles. It does not address the type of the vehicles being added or the negative impacts of those hundreds of 28-foot single-unit trucks or 58-foot tractor trailers and what those impacts will be. If 50 cars are driving by my house every hour and they're replaced instead with 51 tractor trailers driving by my house, you could accurately say there's a limited additional traffic. But we all know that the tractor trailers are significantly different than passenger vehicles and have significantly greater negative impact. In terms of visual impact, carbon exhaust emissions, damage to roadway infrastructure, and noise. Let me first speak to the matter of noise. From these tractor trailers that would be added to the Linfield Street neighborhood, because Attorney Kelty's memo to the council specifically acknowledges that the zoning ordinance requires that prior to granting a special permit, satisfactory provisions and arrangements shall be made concerning possible noise, glare, and odor effects on adjoining properties and properties generally in the district. This provision is specifically referenced in section 6.1.4, subsection C of the City of Peabody zoning ordinance, which is a requirement for the issuance of the special permits in the City of Peabody. I would also argue that section 6.1.2 of the Peabody zoning ordinance has not been met by the proposal, as the project does not satisfy a desirable local need, that its design and appearance will not be injurious to the established or future character of the vicinity and the neighborhood. But instead of arguing back and forth about the traffic study in Peabody zoning ordinance section 6.1.2, I instead would like to focus on section 6.1.4C of the City of Peabody zoning ordinance, as I believe this section provides clear, specific, and irrefutable rationale for why a special permit cannot be granted for this project at this time or this evening. Again, the provision of zoning ordinance section 6.1.4C states that prior to granting special permit, satisfactory provisions and arrangements shall be made concerning possible noise, glare, and odor effects on adjoining properties and properties generally in the district. We are all aware of the loud noise tractor trailers make. It is far more than from any other type of vehicle on the road. And the noise is not just from the truck's engine, exhaust system, and horn, but also the even louder engine compression braking, also known as Jake braking, which is so loud that many municipalities in Massachusetts, including many of our neighbors throughout the North Shore, have adopted zoning ordinances which prohibit Jake braking in residential neighborhoods. What is important to note about the noise created from the proposed trucking terminal is that these are not noises that neighbors will hear just during the weekday morning peak hour or the weekday evening peak hour discussed in the traffic report provided by VHB. Because this trucking terminal is requesting operating hours Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., these are noises the neighbors will have to endure when they wake up to get ready for work, throughout the day, and until they go to bed. This will undoubtedly be even more intense during the summer months and when the weather allows for the windows to remain open with greater frequency. Because this trucking terminal seeks to be operating from noon to 11 o'clock p.m. on Sundays, these are also noises neighbors will have to endure when they have family and friends over for an outdoor barbecue on a Sunday afternoon. These are noises that neighbors will have to endure every time one of those hundreds of trucks drives down the street each day and night, every day of the year. Beyond the very legitimate traffic concerns which extend beyond a simple numerical count, the consideration of this special permit raises significant concerns about the residents' quality of life. And when I say every time one of those trucks drives down the street, I mean using the VHB data One of those trucks will drive down the street an average of 3.5 minutes. The terminal requests to be open from 6 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. That's 17.5 hours per day. The petitioner estimates 308 truck trips a day, 145 coming in and 145 going out, which is 17.6 truck trips per hour, or one truck driving by a neighbor's house on Linfield Street every 3.5 minutes. And while zoning ordinance section 6.1.4C requires that prior to granting a special permit, satisfactory provisions and arrangements shall be made concerning possible noise, glare, and odor effects on adjoining properties and properties generally in the district, there have been no satisfactory provisions or arrangements made to address this noise as of today. The Massachusetts DEP regulates noise as an air pollutant under its air pollution control regulations outlined in Regulation 310 CMR 7.10. This regulation states that no person owning, leasing, or controlling a source of sound shall willingly, negligently, or through failure to provide necessary equipment, service, or maintenance, or to take necessary precautions, cause, suffer, allow, or permit unnecessary emissions from said source of sound that may cause noise. I would respectfully suggest that we are in no position to approve a special permit for this proposal without a sound level assessment report conducted by a reputable firm to determine whether the noise which will result from the truck traffic to be generated by this truck terminal will be in compliance with the Massachusetts DEP Regulation 310 CMR 7.10. And if not, what satisfactory provisions and arrangements can be implemented to ensure compliance. Given the proposed frequency of truck trips, again, 308 per day with half going in, half coming out, 145 each way, 154 each way, with an estimated 17.6 truck trips per hour, or one every 3.5 minutes, I cannot support the project without a thorough sound assessment to ensure compliance with Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection's Regulation 310 CMR 7.10, and further, compliance of the City of Peabody Zoning Ordinance Section 6.1.4C, which requires satisfactory provisions and arrangements to be made concerning possible noise effects on properties generally in the district, would not be met. In addition to the unaddressed concerns pertaining to noise, I'd also like to raise the issue likely to damage the city's roadway infrastructure caused potentially by traffic from this project. This matter has not been addressed, and it is simply not a matter of number of vehicles being added to our roadways as it is addressed in the traffic report provided by VHB. It is again the type of vehicles being added. Late communication is an excerpt from a report entitled Effects of Truck Size and Weights on Highway Infrastructure and Operations, a synthesis report, which was conducted for the Texas Department of Transportation in cooperation with the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration, by the Center for Transportation Research, Bureau of Engineering Research at the University of Texas, Austin. Of particular note, I'd like to draw your attention to finding 4, which is articulated on pages 12 and 13. To provide a brief synopsis, the research contends that an increase in axle weight generally causes a more than proportional increase in pavement damage. This relationship appears to approximate an exponential function, as various studies have assured the power of the exponent to be about 4 as a rule. I will note that estimates of the exponential impact vary substantially in relation to various factors, including condition, type of pavement, in design of the roadway, speed of the truck, weight of the load, etc. What is irrefutably clear, however, is that the detrimental impact on pavement is greater when the axle weight is greater. So again, the traffic study provided by VHB cannot conclude the impact of adding 308 trips a day would be minimal when the study conducted does not consider numerous factors associated with the operation of a trucking terminal. No condition analysis of the current pavement, nor breakout of estimated axle weight per those 308 trips was provided. Thus, we are left with an incomplete analysis of the impact on our roadway infrastructure from this proposed project. Finally, I respectfully ask that we not be persuaded or distracted by the applicant's offer of a $185,000 monetary contribution towards future improvements by the city along the Linfield Street corridor or for the study of a truck bypass route along the railroad right-of-way extending to Technology Drive or First Ave, as was discussed tonight. I do commend the applicant's proactive willingness and foresight that there will undoubtedly be costs incurred by the city of Peabody to rectify issues caused by the significant increase of truck traffic along Linfield Street. This figure of $185,000, however, is arbitrary without the proper assessments in place prior to the issuance of a special permit. And as I hope I've demonstrated, the proper assessments unfortunately have not yet been conducted or provided. Lastly, the consideration of a truck bypass route along the railroad right-of-way, extending either to First Avenue or Technology Drive, may well in fact be a favorable option that could possibly benefit this project and other projects in the future. Unfortunately, however, we're not considering that option this evening, nor have we received an indication from the mayor's office or the Office of Community Development that this would be possible or what the associated costs might be. So while I do sincerely appreciate the applicant's acknowledgement that this project will have a negative impact on the neighbors by virtue of their willingness to provide a financial contribution, I cannot in good conscience accept this offer to be adequate and an adequate means of addressing so many unknown variables simply because we don't have the data to suggest what those costs might be. To summarize, I cannot support the petitioner's request for a special permit to operate a trucking terminal at 13 Corin Street at this time due to the following reasons. In accordance with the City of Peabody zoning ordinance 6.1.4C and Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection Regulation 310 CMR 7.10, the petitioner has not conducted a sound level assessment to determine whether the noise which will result from the truck traffic to be generated by this project will be in compliance with Mass DEP Regulation 310 CMR 710. Further, no satisfactory provision or arrangements have been suggested by the petitioner to ensure compliance with this regulation. Number two, no condition analysis of the current pavement nor breakout of estimated axle weight was provided for the estimated 308 daily truck trips. Without an accurate assessment of the impact on our roadway infrastructure from this proposed project, there's no determination provided of ongoing expenses associated with roadway infrastructure upkeep, nor agreement as to what amount of financial contribution would be appropriate to offset such expenses. And third, while there has been discussion regarding the development of a bypass road along the railway adjacent to this property, there is no indication of how feasible this development is or what the anticipated cost to the city may be. As such, a full feasibility study, in addition to the commitment of the railway owner and the City of Peabody to move forward with this project, should be in place before such an option is considered and discussed in the context of this special permit. For these reasons, I cannot support the proposed project at this time. I would be willing to entertain a request for these to be looked into further from the petitioner. I know that that was mentioned tonight, and if the will of the council suggested that that was an option, I'd be willing to entertain that, but I will leave that up to my fellow councilors. And with that, thank you for your indulgence and your time, and I will yield my time to my fellow councilors.
Thank you, Councilor Welton. Councilor Turco and then Councilor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilor Welton. I too have a lot of notes. I'll try to be a little bit quicker. But for clarity, Attorney Kelty, we keep hearing different numbers about the trucks. You have mentioned 45 at this hearing. At the previous hearing, you mentioned 153, which is stated in your traffic study. So you're referring to tractor trailers only at 45. But
that's correct. And the 308 is all vehicles. The Councilor Welton has been citing 308, 300. That's trucks and cars. And you're correct that my 45 is tractor trailers.
Thank you. And out of that 153 is also smaller trucks, box trucks, vans, cargo vans, and other commercial vehicles other than your passenger
automobiles.
Vehicles. Yes. So I just wanted to clarify that because I know the residents are probably curious why several different numbers are mentioned. The other thing that I wanted to mention, in reference to some of the comments made by residents. We do have an industrial park down the street. It's actually an office park. And I couldn't help but to think about the last, 6.5 years since I've been on the council, and this council has been very open to trucking terminals within the office park. Maybe we've overstepped it actually a little bit, but in 6 years, Seva Logistics at 5A 5th Street, Pilot Air Freight at 13th Centennial Drive, DHL at 13th Centennial Drive, Nippon USA at 1 Technology Drive, Normandy Peabody Acquisition at 1 Technology, which houses Davis Seafood and CNE Direct, SKG Realty Limited Partners at 3 Technology Drive, and finally Expeditors Express at 795 Jubilee, which is the only one of those mentioned that's not in the IP, and that's in the DDD. So I mention those only because I want you to understand, and I want Forward Air to understand, and Mr. Citron to understand that we're very open as a community to using the appropriate parcels for what they're for. And you could say, well, Corwin Street is an IP also, and I get that. And you've mentioned all the horrible uses, both in the report presented in our packet from Forward Air Freight, and both in your introduction of the by right uses we could face. But additionally, we could face by right uses, church, doctor's office, dentist office, strip mall. We could have a lot of good by right uses happen over there that I believe community development mentions. Is this the best development for that area? No, yeah, I understand. It's a roll of the dice. We could get what you say, but there are also 50 other uses in the use table, Jack, that we could get and we could pursue. And additionally, and most importantly to me, I think Council Welton mentioned maybe that we had met a year ago. I think it was longer than that. I think it was actually about 1.5 to 2 years ago that we met at the site at 13 Corwin Street, Council Welton, myself, Community Development, and we were very upfront and honest about this site and what it would require for us to approve such a project in that area, us personally. And we had always mentioned a second egress. For some reason, that was put on the city to investigate and invest into a second egress. I never felt that the city should be put into that position. Yes, we made a motion to ask community development to reach out to the railroad, but for 1.5 to 2 years, Forward Air Freight and Mr. Citron and yourself pursued nothing. And we waited, and these residents came 3 and 4 and 5 times, and I've never seen so many communications from residents, as upwards of 30 to 40 communications. These residents have waited to see what's going to happen here, and it was somehow just cast upon us as a city to do legwork for a company that wanted to move here. Well, we really didn't need to do any legwork, and I always felt that way. You wanted to move here. We didn't ask you to come. We have, there's other developments that we would like to see in that parcel. So, I digress from that, but there was no action on anybody's part to move this forward. And you mentioned our state delegation. I live across the street from Representative Walsh. I talked to Representative Walsh quite a bit. There's been no mention from me to him, or him to me, that you've reached out about any state monies. Maybe at one point you had a conversation, but I don't think it ever went anywhere. So I don't think we've progressed at all. And we've had continuance after continuance after continuance after meeting, and you knew the whole time. Mr. Citron knew what we were asking. We were saying, we'll welcome you, but we need an alternate egress. We can't put all of this traffic out onto Linfield Street. And you continue to mention it's only 1%. And I said earlier to you on the phone earlier today, well, you can only fit 5 gallons in a 5-gallon hat. We're at 5 gallons on that street. So you talk about responsibility as a council. Our responsibility as a council to say, enough with that type of development in this area. We've done it in the office park because we have 128, Route 1, 95. You can get out 7 different ways out of the office park, so that traffic distributes. There's only one way to get out of Corwin Street. So to that fact of one way out of Corwin Street, you have a traffic study. And I believe we gave you a traffic study that the city of Peabody had conducted, 2020, that by World Tech Engineering. You had access to that. I think you actually cited it in one of your prior meetings. So I went back and I looked at that traffic study. It's a May 2020 World Tech Engineering traffic study done on behalf of the city of Peabody with a project completion date, a proposed project completion date to improvements to Linfield Street by 2027. Section 2.1.5 of that traffic study, page 8 and 9, there is a significant volume of vehicles, including trucks, turning right from Linfield Street to access the industrial park and returning in the afternoon as Summit Street left turners. Page 16 of the same report is the crash data. They studied 4 locations. Location 6 was Linfield Street at First Ave and Honey Lane, which is one of the ways that you're going to need to go. 19 crashes from 2015 to 17. Location 8, Linfield Street, County, and Summit Street, 41 crashes in the same 3-year period. So the reason that they sound low, right? That's initially what I thought when I looked at it. And you move over to page 17 and 18 of the same traffic report that you had. It was 41 crashes in a 3-year period, and it clearly states on page 17, this is significantly higher than the state average for any stretch of roadway. Page 33 of the same traffic report, section 3.2.7, the level of service of Linfield Street, County Street, and Summit Street is in the AM peak an E, in the PM peak an F. In 2027, the no-build loss of service remains a D in the AM peak and an F in the PM peak. With a build, it would go down to a D, level of service D. So even with us doing millions of dollars worth of work required in this traffic study that you've read, it's still going to be a piss-poor intersection. And that's not your fault, I get that. But it would be my fault if I add to it, knowing that this is what they're looking at in 2027. Page 40, I already read you with the improvements by the city. Additionally, we have Radden Park directly across the street. A blind driveway for Radden Park. There's a little sign that says Radden Park. There are soccer tournaments there continuously, constantly, all throughout the year. Kids running back and forth across the street to the convenience store. And now we're looking at, large tractor trailers with another report in here from World Tech that says there are sightline issues, exiting from that site. So I wouldn't feel comfortable moving forward with this project as it stands. If this project came to us with an alternate egress, splitting some of the traffic off the street, less trucks, a noise study, possibly, I could go with this, but in this case, Council Welton mentions 6.1.4, Section C. In Section A of our zoning, in approval of special permits, prior to getting a special permit, satisfactory provision and arrangement shall be made concerning the following, where applicable. Section A, ingress and egress to property and proposed structures thereon with particular reference to automotive and pedestrian safety and convenience, traffic flow and control, and access in case of fire and other catastrophe within the site or in relation to adjoining streets, properties, or improvements. We asked you to address the access and the egress for a year and a half. It hasn't been addressed, as Council Welton also mentioned and addressed Section C of that same item. Now, lastly, I'll say this is a residential neighborhood. I understand there's an IP zone behind it. It looks like this IP zone was kind of, if you look at the split in the zoning from residential to IP, everything behind that area is IP all the way up to the office park. And this was kind of one of those parcels that could have included as a contiguous parcel. Directly in front of it is it's not business regional, it's general business zoning, which we have, a restaurant coming in shortly. We have convenience stores, there was very little pushback from residents on any of those issues. The residents are very willing to see some development in the area of just no more of this, and they've stated the reasons why, and I think Council Welton and I have stated the reason why. So I apologize for going on so long, but thank you very much.
Councilor Gould, and then Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. To me, this is about quality of life. This is adding 308 vehicles to Linfield Street. It's all about quality of life. It's Dr. Adros' quality of life. It's Mr. Medina's quality of life. It's Ms. Quinn's quality of life. It's Mr. Donovan's quality of life. It is quality of life. I'm sorry, Joel. It's Joel's quality of life. Mr. Brenner, it's Joel's quality of life. It is quality of life. And this isn't something that we should take lightly. Does this meet the criteria for a desirable local need? No. Yeah, jobs are a local need, but there are other companies that we can turn to. This is all about quality of life, and I will not be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Gould, Councilor Manning Martin, then Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Attorney Kelty. Did you mention it? And if you did, forgive me, I missed it. Why is Forward Air relocating from Massport?
Be on the closer to the suburban clientele.
They're not relocating due to Massport asking them to leave, or they want to use their land? It's not by necessity?
No, that's not the case. My client, Mr. Citron, is their landlord where they are. It's not Massport.
Okay, thank you. So they're relocating, right?
That's correct.
And are they creating new jobs, or are all the folks that work there now coming to the new location?
Based on size of this facility, there would be new jobs, and coupled with folks that don't want to move to this locus, but there would be new jobs.
Do you know how many?
New? We don't, because we really don't know the inside numbers that people that want to stay and how many more they're going to offer. But it is a bigger facility, and as such, we do believe there would be more jobs.
Okay. Excuse me, so it's not solid that you'd be creating jobs for local residents? It's kind of up in the air?
That's correct. When I made reference to number of jobs, I was speaking in comparison with the diminished number of jobs at Stall Finish.
Okay. Shame on me, I want to commend Councilor Welton. You really did a phenomenal job in this presentation, and it's clear that you spent a lot of time making sure that you represented your constituents and the city as thoroughly as you possibly could, and I think you did a great job in doing so. So I really appreciate the amount of work that you put in. That being said, as Councilor Welton said, Section 6.1.4C, the noise and the odor effects, that to me is enough to not support this application. The amount of noise and odor from large trucks would be very grand in that, coming in and out of that location. So for that one reason, that's enough. Also mentioned it does not present a local desirable local need in section 6.1.2, as also pointed out by Councilor Welton, and the fact that you can't even say you're bringing in jobs for residents, that was a stretch, I think, to provide for a desirable local need. I don't think that's there. For saying we might be able to bring some jobs and the amount of effect this will have on the quality of life of the residents of not only of South Peabody in that area, but again, dealing with the disturbances that, as we've already ascertained, so how many people use Linfield Street. So it clearly does not provide a desirable local need. And the issue of the access road really is not within our purview. And I think too much time has been spent on it tonight in front of a board that has absolutely no purview. It's not within our purview or jurisdiction to even entertain the idea or promote the idea. It's just, that's not our job. It needs to be done at a different level. That shouldn't even be before us for consideration, in my opinion. So for these reasons, as in conjunction with the reasons stated by my colleagues, I will not be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor Peach, then Councilor Rossignol, and Councilor Gamache.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Welton did a great job citing all of the zoning areas that lead us to not lead me and him and other councilors who have spoken to not be able to support this. I didn't dive that deep because I grew up here. This is where I grew up. This is where my family still lives, on Linfield Street. We dealt with the train in the back on the early years of living in Peabody. Everyone was happy when that stopped. The suggestion, which isn't really what we're voting on tonight, to then route trucks, as Mr. Donovan said, so close to people's property, behind neighborhoods. You know, this isn't acres and acres of vacant land that these tracks run through. I can see the railroad tracks from my parents' backyard, from their porch. And my parents are probably the furthest from the railroad tracks of anyone in this stretch of Linfield Street. Moving to putting these trucks on the road, it's been spoken about multiple times. To say there's a blip in adding traffic to Linfield Street, it's just wrong. We know it's wrong. If you wanted to add 300 passenger vehicles to Linfield Street, probably wouldn't bat an eye. But to add 100 trips of tractor trailers up and down, as Councilor Welton said, to have a tractor trailer drive by your house every 3.5 minutes. When I went to the airport a couple months ago at about 4 a.m., there were trucks lined up to enter the current facility, but you're saying the operation won't start until 6 a.m. That wasn't the initial discussion when we had the first neighborhood meeting. There we were looking at trucks starting to arrive at 3 a.m., clearly an uproar of neighbors. This is a residential neighborhood. We're an old city, an industrial city. We deal with things like industrial parks in residential neighborhoods frequently. This council just voted to approve a trucking terminal in a residential neighborhood at our last meeting, because that trucking terminal made sense for the area, because it brought a need to our community. It didn't infringe or degrade the quality of life of the people around them. For so many reasons, those are just a few of them, but we've been here for a while. There's no way that I could support this permit, even with an access road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Councilor Rossignol, and then Councilor Gamache.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Most of my sentiments have already been stated by other councilors. The mere fact that the petitioner is already looking at an access road, to me, says that they already know that this should not be built here, because they're looking at alternatives. That alone says everything to me. Councilor Walton, you did an amazing job stating our ordinances, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. But the mere fact that the petitioner is already looking at alternative routes just says that this is not a desirable location for this trucking terminal, and the amount of traffic that it would add onto residential neighborhoods is just well more than, as Councilor Peach put it, a blip. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rosendahl. Councilor Gamache.
Yeah, I'll be brief. You know, everybody's hit on the same issue. The issue that I had back at the last meeting was don't use Linfield Street, and that hasn't been satisfied. I would hope that, you know, you see the light on the wall, you know, ahead of you, and this isn't going to happen unless you keep the traffic off of Linfield Street. So it was probably your best bet, and, you know, it didn't happen. So I can't support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Any other councilors? Any other councilors? Seeing none, my comment on this is, you know, I'd echo the sentiments that have been said by my fellow councilors. Councilor Welton, I thought, did a nice job identifying the main issues. I thought the residents did a nice job identifying the issues that face them, not only the residents here tonight, but the residents that have contacted us since this permit's been kicking around since January. And the emails, and I think it's a good example of when the residents speak, we listen, and I thought they brought some great points. That's my comment. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did mention in my remarks that if the will of the council dictated that we allowed the petitioner to continue to address these issues, that I would be willing to at least present that to the council. So I guess, Councilor McGinn.
Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to comment on this because pretty much everything that I think needs to be said has been said, but with respect to allowing more time for additional work, particularly as it relates to the alternative access, I mean, if that was in fact before us, my thinking would be in line with Councilor Peach's in that regard. When I look at a map and I see that rail line going literally through the backyards of people on Quail Road, I know I would have major concerns with that alternative. So I really didn't want to comment on that tonight because it's not before us. So you know, but it does come into play if we're talking about additional time. So I'll get it out there that I've heard enough tonight to I think cast an informed vote. So that's where I'm at the moment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. I'd agree. Any other councilors on Councilor Welton's point?
I guess procedurally, Mr. President, I'd still be happy to make that in the way of a motion so that we can do a roll call vote on whether we entertain a continuance or if we bring this to a vote this evening.
So can you just, so the continuance, is the continuance, if you just make that a motion with a purpose for the continuance, so at least it's in the record why we would be continuing this?
Move to provide a continuance for the petitioner to address a number of issues that will be outlined this evening. So moved.
The clerk has just mentioned that we should probably state the issues that you would want them to look at to request this continuance.
Thank you. So let me revise my motion. The motion would be to permit a continuance to the petitioner to allow for additional time to address the following. In accordance with the City of Peabody zoning ordinance 6.1.4C and Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection Regulation 310 CMR 7.10, the petitioner has not conducted a sound level assessment to determine whether the noise which will result from the truck traffic be generated by this project will be in compliance with Massachusetts DEP Regulation 310 CMR 7.10. Further, no satisfactory provisions and arrangements have been suggested by the petitioner to ensure compliance with this regulation. Secondly, no condition analysis of current pavement nor breakout of estimated axle weight was provided by the estimated 308 daily truck trips without an accurate assessment of the impact on the roadway infrastructure from this proposed project. There's no determination provided of ongoing expenses associated with roadway infrastructure upkeep, nor agreement as to what amount of financial contribution would be appropriate to offset such expense. Thirdly, while there has been discussion regarding the development of a bypass road along the railway adjacent to the property of the proposed project, there is no indication of how feasible this development is or what the anticipated costs to the city may be. As such, a full feasibility study, in addition to the commitment of the railway owner and the city of Peabody to move forward with this project, should be in place before such an option is considered and discussed in the context of the special permit hearing. So moved.
You heard the motion from Councilor Welton. We have any discussion on the motion, Councilor Rossignol?
Thank you. I'll be brief. The petitioner has had a year and a half to address all of these concerns, and for those reasons, there's no way I'm going to be supporting that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Any other councilors? Any other councilors? Councilor Welton, are you prepared, if this continuance fails, are you prepared for okay. So we have a motion on the floor for a continuance? Yeah, the clerk is asking, is there a time frame that you'd like to put on this continuance, or is it based off the request for the information?
I guess for clarification on constructive approval or any considerations like that, is that something that we should know? Okay. I would say it.
Can you repeat your question, Councilor Welton? I just want to make sure the clerk heard it.
Is there, as far as you had requested a time limit to be provided, is there a consideration regarding constructive approval that we should be considering before we provide a time limit?
You want to answer? Councilor Manning Martin.
Yes, thank you. On the motion, I just, I'm wondering if this motion will hurt us in an appeal. So I would welcome the comments from my colleagues, but I feel that if this goes to appeal, it will be used by the petitioner to say they voted against giving me more time. And I think it's going to work against us when the petitioner hasn't asked for it, hasn't requested it, hasn't made any indication that they're willing to take action on any of those things. So I think that by opening this door, it will hurt us in an appeal. It'll be used against us. So I won't support it, but I am going to strongly suggest to Council Welton that he withdraw it.
Councilor Gamache.
Yes. First off, the question about whether the continuance and constructive approval, I think that only kicks in after the committee has closed the public hearing for a vote. But that's my own opinion. As far as the continuance is concerned, I kind of look at it the opposite way, Councilor. We threw a lot of stuff at the petitioner trying to get, and I know it's been a year and a half. I wasn't even on here when it started. But if there's an appeal, hypothetically, and we didn't allow the petitioner to seek any of the information that was brought before this evening, I think, and you give him due diligence to do that, I think if there's an appeal, it would look better on the city council as to whether or not we did give him the due diligence to do it. That's my opinion, and from my opinion, I'm going to support that, because I think this, if it is appealed, I think the more time you give him, the better. And I do say I would give him 30 days. I wouldn't give him any more than that, but you've given him time to do it. Thank you.
Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the question before us about offering a continuance, I couldn't say it any better than what Councilor Rossignol and Councilor Manning Martin said. At the end of the day, this is before us tonight. All we have is what's before us. nothing else. They've had their chance to have a public hearing. The public has come, has made their opinions stated. Councilors have had time to ask questions. At this point in time, I think the only prudent thing to do is to make a motion to either approve or deny, not to continue this any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rosendahl, then Counselor Peach.
Again, I'll be brief. All of the statements that Councilor Welton made are all things that the petitioner has already heard. Continuing it for another 2 weeks, 30 days, it's still all of the exact same information that they heard right from day one. I don't understand what a continuance is going to do. The fact that the petitioner has already stated that they're looking at alternative routes off of that property it speaks volumes to me that they already know that this is not a good location. Asking for a continuance is not going to change the location. They had a year and a half to come up with a plan for a bypass road. They had all of this ample opportunity to address all of Councilor Welton's concerns. So again, I won't be supporting a continuance. Thank you.
Counselor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with everything Councilor Rosendahl just said, but I think most importantly, the abutters have been notified months ago. They don't receive additional notices when we continue. That's up to the councilors to inform them, which they've done a great job at doing. But if you remember back in January, how many more residents were here in this auditorium when
Counselor
we still
Peach,
had
just a point of order, just for clarification. That was a different application that they withdrew. So this is the second application, so it's a different process.
So, point taken that this is the second application for this project that we've seen. But it's very important that these neighbors, they're obviously concerned. We have heard them. We agree with them. But to continue this further, to have more studies done that are not going to fix anything, I can't support to continue this again.
Any other counselors? Seeing that we have a motion on the floor, Counselor Welton, you good? All right, we have a motion on the floor. We'll do a roll call vote.
Councilors Gould.
No.
Rossignol.
No.
Manning Martin. Peach.
No.
Welton.
Yes.
O'Neill.
No.
McGinn.
No.
Gamache.
Yes.
Turco.
No.
Daigle.
No.
Melville.
No.
Motion fails, 9-2.
Counselor Welton?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion to deny the special permit for CV 13 Corwin LL Street, care of Cargo Ventures, 13 Corwin Street, regarding...
Counselor Welton, you got to close the public hearing.
Excuse me. My apologies. Move to a closed public hearing. It's been a long night.
You heard the motion from Counselor Welton. We'll do all in favor. Actually, let's do a roll call vote on closing this public hearing.
Councilors Gould. Rossignol.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
O'Neill. McGinn.
Yes.
Gamache. Turco.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Counselor Welton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that clarification. My apologies. I would now like to make a motion to deny the special permit for CV 13 Corwin LLC, care of Cargo Ventures, 13 Corwin Street, regarding operating a trucking terminal in an IP district for the following reasons. In accordance with the City of Peabody zoning ordinance 6.1.4C and Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection Regulation 310 CMR 7.10, the petitioner has not conducted a sound level assessment to determine whether the noise which will result from the truck traffic to be generated from this project will be in compliance with Massachusetts DEP Regulation 310 CMR 7.10. Further, no satisfactory provision and arrangements have been suggested by the petitioner to ensure compliance with this regulation. 2, no condition analysis of the current pavement nor breakout of estimated axle weight was provided by the estimated 308 daily trips. Without an accurate assessment of the impact on our roadway infrastructure from this proposed project, there's no determination provided of ongoing expenses associated with roadway infrastructure upkeep, nor agreement as to what amount of financial contribution would be appropriate to offset such expenses. And 3, while there has been discussion regarding the development of a bypass road along the railway adjacent to the property of the proposed project, there's no indication of how feasible this development is or what the anticipated cost of this may be to the city of Peabody. As such, a full feasibility study, in addition to the commitment of the railway owner and the city of Peabody to move forward with this project, should be in place before such an option is considered and discussed in the context of this special permit hearing. So moved.
You heard the motion from Councilor Welton. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to Councilor Welton and Councilor Turco. Councilor Turco, did you also mention 6.1.4A, the mention of that requires the petitioner to provide egress and access?
Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Council Manning Martin. Yes, I was going to ask Councilor Walton if he would add 6.1.4, paragraph A, ingress and egress to the property has not been addressed under that statute.
And does it say, you have in front of you, does it say in that language that it needs to be addressed by the petitioner?
It does. It say ingress and egress to the property and proposed structures thereon with particular reference to automotive and pedestrian safety and convenience, traffic flow, and control and access in case of fire and or other catastrophe with the site in relation to adjoining streets, properties, and improvements. And that's under, prior to granting special permits, satisfactory provision and arrangements shall be made concerning the following, where applicable.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. So definitely you want 6.1.4A because that onus is on the petitioner, and the petitioner instead came here and offered an idea about us engaging in fixing that problem. So if you could add that, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Turco.
Happy to amend my motion to include 6.1.4A. As a follow-up, Councilor Manning Martin, you had also referenced 6.1.2, there being no desirable need. Would you like to include that as well?
Thank you.
Okay. Could you please include that as well, Allison?
All right, we have an amended motion. On the motion, Councilor McGinn.
Yeah, on the motion, it's actually just perhaps to add a little clarity to the point that you just drew on from Councilor Manning Martin. I think referencing the full language would probably be more impactful. So that language would be, it is the judgment of the City Council that the use for which the permit is sought does not satisfy a desirable local need, that its design and appearance will be injurious to the established or future character of the vicinity and neighborhood, and that it is not in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the ordinance. So if you would be agreeable to adding that full text, I think.
Yes, thank you, Councilor McGinn, and through you, Mr. President, to the clerk, if you could add that as stated, that would be great.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilor Welton?
Just to clarify, because I know this is kind of atypical in terms of how this happens, the motion was made to deny, so a vote in the affirmative would be to deny.
Yes, so vote yes if you wish to deny, no if you wish to move on. So, seeing no other discussion, we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilors Gould.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Peach. Yes. Welton.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0 to deny.
Have a nice evening.
Good evening, Council.
Okay, moving on to reports of committee. One report of committee that was not included, it was because we had to get, there's this late communication that you'll see for the Committee of the Whole, late 1, for the Committee of the Whole that we worked on the charter. Can I get a motion to receive late communication 1?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you. You heard the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. So these are the motions that we're going to be making out of the committee to request Attorney Barrett to take action on. All of them were either unanimous or there was nobody against, just so for reference. The next packet you'll have will have the updated
amendments to the charter, the proposed charter, and also have all the motions made that night to edit the charter. So that will be part of your packet going forward, but these are the actions that we just need the Assistant City Solicitor to take action on. I'll make those motions so that we can report those out so that we can get those responses for our next subcommittee meeting on this. The first one, again, we had a number of issues that night dealing with Article 3, which is the section that deals with the mayor. The first motion, which was carried 11-0, was by Councilor McGinn. It was moved to request the Assistant City Solicitor Barrett provide the City Council with language to replace the words 42nd month under Section 3-1 C on page 15, line 19. That was carried 11-0. Can I get a motion? All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. Second motion was from Councilor McGinn. It was unanimous. Councilor McGinn moved to request the Assistant City Solicitor Barrett provide the City Council with MGL language in reference to the sentence under Section 3-1D on page 16, starting at line 4 to line 9. This subsection shall not prevent a city officer or other city employee who has vacated a position in order to serve as mayor from returning to the same office or other position of city employment held at the time such position was vacated, provided, however, that no such person shall be eligible for any other municipal position until at least 1 year following the termination of service as mayor. So that was made in the form of a motion. All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. The third was by Councilor Welton, which was also unanimous. It was moved to request the Assistant City Solicitor Barrett provide the City Council with a recommendation for language in accordance with Massachusetts general laws, specifying a record retention policy. That was a motion. All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. Moving on to the next was by Councilor Manning Martin. This was unanimously approved. Moved to request that Assistant City Solicitor Barrett review the definition of multiple member body, reflecting our discussion this evening, and provide the City Council with a recommendation on how it can better define and or where it is affected in the charter. That was also a unanimous vote. All in favor? Any opposed? That is a vote. And lastly was another motion. It was made 10-0. Councilor Peach was absent. From Councilor Manning Martin, moved to request that Assistant City Solicitor provide the council with language to replace the following language under Section 3-3 on page 17, lines 20 and 21. Upon the expiration of the term of the mayor of the multiple member body of successors shall be appointed under this article. That was carried 10-0, and all in favor, any opposed? That is a vote. So that concludes the motions that we're reporting out of the subcommittee of the whole. Based off of how the budget discussion goes, there's a Tuesday night that is reserved already for any additional budget issues. If that is not filled, I'd like to have the committee of the whole meet again to finish Article 3 of the charter. So we'll have the information out that is the motions and the updated charter at that point. But that would conclude the reports of committee for the committee of the whole. Moving on to Councilor Gould with the Industrial and Community Development Committee that met this evening.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had 3 items on our agenda tonight. First was to change the table of use form and zoning table of use form to allow for food processing in this particular BR1 zone. It was sent to the planning board. There was much discussion about it. We're looking forward to hearing good news about the pasta company that potentially is coming. Second, we had a request that Councilor Manning Martin requested some more information in regards to Greenway extension. We had a very informative presentation by Brendan Callahan of Community Development Department, the head planner, and there's some exciting things going on, and it was good to hear the positive news on that gate on the Greenway. And then the last was communication from Kurt Bellavance, the Director of Community Development, regarding the MBTA community, multifamily housing, and to a T, there wasn't a soul that knew what specifically we were expected to do. There was a motion by Councilor Rossignol not to participate in any housing production plan without specific answers to any questions that may be brought up. That passed 3-2, and I now bring it before the council for a full vote.
Council, I think you missed a vote with regard to setting up the public hearing
I'm
for
sorry.
the...
I'm sorry. The first one, item A, was a 5-0 vote on the affirmative.
Right, so you heard the
Second
motion.
one,
There's a
are we
motion.
okay in the second one, Allison? Need a vote, right.
So there's a motion that was set up a public hearing. We'll take a voice vote. Councilor McGinn?
Thank you. Mr. President, on the motion, I think the motion was that it was came out of committee with a positive recommendation and to proceed with setting up a public hearing, if I recall correctly.
The clerk has confirmed. So we'll take a voice vote. All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. And then Councilor Gould.
So we had a motion that I read from Councilor Rossignol. It passed 3-2, and now I bring it before the full body for a vote.
I heard the motion from Councilor Gould. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Counselor Gould?
Yes.
Rossignol?
Yes.
Manning Martin?
Yes.
Peach?
No.
Welton?
No.
O'Neill?
No.
McGinn?
No.
Turco?
No.
Daigle?
No.
Melville?
No.
Motion fails.
Councilor Gould.
Excuse me, there was a second motion made by Councilor McGinn, and the language was a move that councilors provide input to the clerk regarding the DHDC compliance guidelines for the MBTA community multifamily housing districts, and the clerk formulate a letter to DHCD from these inputs diplomatically conveys the rationale for the City Council's strong objections to the various aspects of the proposed state mandate. And that passed 3-2, and I now bring it before the full body for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this letter going out sight unseen, diplomatically and with strong language?
Councilor Gould.
Ask the clerk to please share a draft with the full body once it comes to you. Allison, please.
On the motion, Councilor Welton and Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, President Melville. If it matters, I just wanted to clarify my stance on this. I thought I agree 100% with Councilor Rossignol and Councilor Manning Martin's thought that we need to respond. I just wanted to kind of have an opportunity for some more specificity to be included in there. So I would be in favor of this, but I would also want to see this before it goes out, and I would want to have each councilor have the opportunity to sign on their name if they so choose, and not necessarily go out on behalf of the whole body.
Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. President. To me, this does not have a strong enough stance, so I will not be supporting it. I would rather have language such as the City of Peabody Council refuses to sign and rejects the MBTA Community Multifamily Housing Plan unless the state recognizes the impact of its infrastructure, traffic, and water capacity. Also, that the state rewards the cities and towns working towards affordable housing like Peabody is doing through its 40B process. So, there is no way that I want to be arbitrary in my stance. I do not want to send a letter to the state that is warm and fuzzy. I think their mandate of, and their stronghold on every city and town to maximize affordable housing is woefully misplaced, and I think Peabody is doing a fantastic job in rectifying that situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Councilor Manning Martin.
I'd like to amend the motion to include Councilor Rossignol's comments. So moved.
You heard a motion to amend the motion, so we'll take the motion to amend first, and then we'll move on to the actual motion on the floor. Councilor Turco.
On the amended motion, is that to include Councilor Rossignol's along with Councilor McGinn's comments in the same letter for a combination of both? Is that what that was, Councilor Manning Martin?
Councilor Manning Martin.
No, I don't believe so because, and correct me if I misunderstood, I think everybody's going to get together on the first motion and send it to Allison, and she's going to put something together and send it back. That's what I understood. So it's not necessarily Councilor McGinn's thoughts or words. It was going to Allison to collect everybody else's and then come up with something diplomatically and strongly.
My understanding is that councils would send, just to clarify, because I just want to make sure I'm saying the same thing, but we're going to, if the motion that was made by Councilor Gould that coming out of the subcommittee is that the council would send comments or issues that they had to Allison, she would then put that together in a single document for review. And then we have the amendment that is based off of the comments of Councilor Rossignol would be part of that particular document. I guess that's what I'm trying to, is that, would that be like the starting point of that?
No, it's just an amendment to, that is the letter that is
Okay.
sent. That's the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have an amendment to the motion, Councilor McGinn and then Councilor O'Neill.
So the intent of the amendment is to render the initial motion moot. Am I understanding that correctly? Was that?
Well, it was based on comments by Councilor Rossignol saying that he was against the particular motion, so.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm only smiling because I've just got very confused. Just on the motion, I thought our intent all along, when everyone was coming together saying, we don't approve of this particular approach by the state, and we need to come up with a way to say, here's why we think we're doing a great job in terms of affordable housing, all those types of things. A letter that says, this is silly, but here's the reasons why we think it's silly. And other than that, if we're just going to have one person draft a letter, I'm not going to sign my name to it. It should be a unified front on what we believe as a city council. Otherwise, if I'm not going to have input, I don't want my name on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. So we have a motion on the floor to amend the amendment that Councilor Gould reported out. Councilor Welton.
I'm sorry, I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to, I think I understood it to be different, that Councilor Manning Martin had put forth the amendment to include language from Councilor Rossignol, but not to replace any other language that would be provided. So I think the intent of the motion, and I could be wrong, is to include the perspective that Councilor Rossignol had raised in addition to other councilors' input. Is that correct, Councilor Manning Martin?
No, it's just simply to utilize the language that Councilor Rossignol just stated in the letter. So move. That's the amendment. Move the question.
Thank you,
Thank you for the clarification.
So
Appreciate it.
we have a motion on the floor. We're going to take a roll call vote.
The
I'm
question's
sorry.
on the floor?
Yep. So we're going to take a roll call vote to move the question. Roll call vote.
Councilors Gould? To move the
Just to move the question.
Yes.
Rossignol?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Peach? Welton?
Yes.
O'Neill?
Yes.
McGinn?
Yes.
Turco?
Yes.
Daigle?
Yes.
Melville?
Yes.
Motion carries.
This next motion is to amend the motion, is an amendment to the motion by Councilor Gould out of the subcommittee. We'll take a roll call vote.
Roll call on the amendment. Councilors Gould?
No.
Rossignol?
Yes.
Manning Martin?
Yes.
Peach?
No.
Welton?
No.
O'Neill?
No.
McGinn?
No.
Turco?
No.
Daigle?
No.
Melville?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so we still have the motion on the floor of the report of committee from Councilor Gould, Councilor Rossignol.
On the motion on the floor, just a quick clarification. Will the letter that is being drafted state that we will not participate in the MBTA Community Multifamily Housing Plan?
I'll leave that up to Councilor Gould, but
Thank you.
there is no draft.
I have no problem answering. In my opinion, we're going to give Allison input, and Allison is going to draft a letter. And if you have input that you'd like in that letter, and it will be discussed. So we're beating a dead dog here. I really believe that. But we want to make this as smooth as we can for all the councilors. Thank you.
Councilor Rossignol, on the motion.
On the motion.
On the floor.
So the point is, we're going to give input to Allison to draft a letter. My question is, my stance is that I want to reject the MBTA's housing the way it's constituted, because I do not think it's fair for cities and towns. So if the draft that we're going to construct does not convey that message, then I'm not going to be in favor of drafting a letter. So that's the point I'm trying to raise, is if the letter is going to say, well, we don't really want to do this and we're kind of upset, but we'll do it, then I don't want any part of that. I want to make sure that, at least for my stance, that this piece of legislation that is being drafted by the state, which is completely incomplete, that we as a council do not want any part of it. Thank you.
Councilor Turco, then Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're all on the same page here, and I think that the motion is pretty clear that we're all going to submit what we would like added to the letter. As far as including a blanket statement that we will not enter into any housing agreement, we asked the Community Development Director earlier this evening to provide us with what the lost funding would be to this city. I don't personally feel comfortable including that language in the letter without knowing what that funding is. I think it's completely irresponsible we asked the man to provide it to us, and then if he comes back in 2 weeks and says, we're going to lose the funding for the extension to the bike trail that we just discussed tonight, by just producing a document, we don't know the details of what we're saying we won't enter into. There are no details yet. So I just think we're all on the same page. We realize how ridiculous this is. We're arguing over like kind of silly points. Let's all 11 of us can submit to the clerk a statement that they would like to add. If you would like to add that and she brings it back to the clerk, brings it back to the council for approval, we either approve it or deny it at that point. But each council has the opportunity to submit. Thank you.
Councilor McGinn. Thank you, Councilor Turco.
I'm all set, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. Councilor O'Neill. We have a motion on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief, or try to be. I just want to make, at the end of the day, given the situation with this state mandate, I want to make an informed decision to the previous comments that Councilor Turco just made. There are questions that we have that would make me have a better informed decision on what we should do as a city. And I don't want to arbitrarily saying, I'm not doing this, and then we lose money that we think we're getting, and we put our city at financial risk for things we're not going to be able to fund for. To me, that's just a rash decision and not an informed one, and I think that would be the wrong one. Let's put my comment last will be, let's put our thoughts together and talk about the things we've done as a city that make us feel that this is an unfair mandate, the reasons why. But to come out guns a-blazing saying we're not going to do this without the repercussions potential, I think is ludicrous. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote on the motion by Councilor Gould reporting out of the committee.
Councilors Gould.
Yes.
Rossignol.
No.
Henning Martin.
No.
Peach.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-2.
Councilor Gould.
No further motions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Gould. Councilor O'Neill reporting out the Legal Affairs Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Legal Affairs Committee met earlier this evening. In attendance were committee members Councilors McGinn, Peach, Rossignol, and Turco. We were also joined by the remaining members of the City Council. We also had the Board of Registrar member Joel Brenner, who attended the meeting also. We had one agenda item on the docket, which was to discuss a temporary polling location change for Ward 2 voters for all 22 elections. And at this time, I'd like to move to receive item 8I that was received earlier, but receive it for the full committee tonight. So moved.
You heard the motion from Councilor O'Neill. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? Any opposed to vote? Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. City Clerk Allison Danforth presented an overview of the process to find a suitable alternate temporary polling place for Ward 2 residents due to the inability to use the Welch School during the times of elections due to the major construction project that's going to be beginning this summer. The construction project is only expected to affect the September primary and November general elections in 2022. Key factors that were used to evaluate the temporary polling location included these major areas. Number one, location within Ward 2 with adequate size for social distancing, and which would also fit all 3 precincts of Ward 2 in the same location. Number two, adequate parking for voters to be able to come and vote. And lastly, accessibility for elderly and handicapped residents. Other locations in Ward 2 were evaluated. However, there were issues with the possible alternate locations, which included parking and handicapped accessibility. It should be noted that the Board of Registrars voted on May 12th and voted unanimously in support of moving the temporary location to the Azorean Brotherhood of the Divine Holy Ghost. By all evaluations left for people to look at, and given the criteria we had to use, it was found that this was the best location to use for the September and November locations. It was noted that the lighting at the parking lot location of the Holy Ghost needs to be improved, and PMLP is committed to providing additional lighting to brighten the parking area. As part of this possible change, it was discussed by Clerk Danforth that there's going to be a number of steps that will be taken to make sure to inform voters, which included, if I could find my notes, a number of items of communication, such as sending postcards to all voters in Ward 2, notifying them of the change, working with the police department to place reader boards reflecting the change so people can see those as they're driving or walking by. Peabody Access Television will run a bulletin informing the public of the temporary polling location change, and we'll also update the city website to include our 2022 polling locations, and we're also going to be sending at least 2 robocalls to advise voters of the upcoming election and also of the polling locations. So with that, there was a good discussion about the location, but also the alternate locations that were evaluated. There was a motion made by Councilor McGinn to approve the temporary polling location of Ward 2 to the Holy Ghost. That the committee voted 5-0 in favor to approve that change, and I now bring it forth to the full council this evening.
You heard the motion from Councilor, it's been Councilor Gould all day. Free ice cream.
So,
anyway, we heard the motion from Councilor O'Neill reporting out of committee. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilors Gould.
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Daigle.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report of committee.
Okay, moving on to motions, orders, and resolutions. That'd be smart to do. Councilor Gould.
No motions, Mr. President.
Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. President. No motions this evening.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to set up a public safety committee meeting. I know there's one item in there, at least, and it's about pedestrian and traffic safety on Linfield Street. So I think I should set that up, and since it's fresh on our minds. And if there's anything else, Allison, just let me know. Set up a date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under suspension of the rules, move to receive item 8H.
Heard the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? The vote. Councilor Peach.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Jen Davis of the Parks Department. There was an issue brought to my attention about a emergency vehicle driveway behind the Carroll School, which non-emergency vehicles have been driving on, which obviously is a danger to the students and the other people that utilize the field there. She is promptly working on getting a gate reinstated there and putting signage so people know they're not allowed to park or drive on that walkway. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under suspension of the rules, move to receive item 8G and refer to a special permit hearing. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? It's a vote. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under suspension of rules, move to receive item 9B, block party request for Alexander Street at Travis Terrace on July 3rd, Lakeshore Road at Bay State Road on July 3rd, and the entrance to Tanner's Ridge Road on June 11th. All of these submissions had no opposition from neighbors, and I would move to approve all papers being in order. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? The vote. Councilor Welton.
No further motions. I first, I just want to thank my fellow councilors for indulging me with how long it took to get through some of that stuff on the special permit this evening. I also wanted to thank DPS for installing a dead-end street sign at Sunset Drive. I know they've had a tough time with people turning around there, so I appreciate them doing that. And lastly, I wanted to recognize Chief Griffin. I don't know how many people realize this, but he was just awarded a community service award for the efforts that he and his department have put forth in community policing, and especially given the unfortunate events that have gone on in Texas this week. I know I speak on behalf of a number of parents who have young kids that I feel very fortunate to live in this community with such a strong police presence that is engaged in so many efforts to be active in the community. So just a huge thank you to Chief Griffin, and recognition well deserved. Thanks.
Councilor Welton. Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under suspension of rules, move to receive communication 8D and refer that to the committee, ad hoc committee on aggregate industries. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? The vote. Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under suspension of the rules, move to request His Honor the Mayor, the Police Department, and the Public Services Department review and respond with their input into the installation of a crosswalk and crossing light at the intersection of Lowell and Lake Street. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? The vote. Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. President. No further motions this evening.
Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. On suspension of the rules, move to receive item 7A and refer to finance. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? The vote. Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. On suspension of the rules, move to receive item 8A and refer to industrial and community development to go along with that matter. So moved.
Motion. All in favor? Any opposed? The vote. Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. On suspension of the rules, move to receive item 8B. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? The vote. Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. On suspension of the rules, move to receive item 8C. So moved.
The motion. All in favor? Any opposed? To vote. Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Suspension of the rules, move to receive item 8E and set up a public hearing. So moved.
Heard the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? To vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. On suspension of the rules, move to receive item 8F and set up a public hearing. So moved.
Heard the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? To vote. Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did Councilor Gould pick up item 8J in his report of committee? On suspension of the rules, move to receive item 8J and refer to that matter for the meeting earlier this evening. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? To vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. On suspension of the rules, move to receive item 8K and refer to finance. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? To vote. Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under suspension of the rules, move to receive item 9A and approve entertainment license renewal for 2022 VFW Post 101120 Stevens Street in Ward 2. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? To vote. Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under suspension of the rules, move to receive item 9C and set up a public hearing. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? To vote. Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. On suspension of the rules, move to receive item 9D and set up a public hearing. So moved.
Hear the motion. All in favor? Any opposed? To vote. Councilor McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. No further motions.
Thank you, Councilor McGinn. got a lot of that. Councilor Turco.
Yeah, not that I wanted any of them, but
I do have a motion to DPS and PMLP to install a street light on an existing pole at the corner of Lynch Street and Will Sawyer Road. I'll make that a co-motion with Councilor Walton.
You heard the motion from Councilor Turco. All in favor? Any opposed? To vote? Councilor Turco.
That's all, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to commend Councilors Peach and Welton for all their work behind the public hearings tonight. Job well done, and I want to thank Councilor McGinn for taking care of the rest of the items. I have no further motions. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Just a reminder, so Memorial Day, it's just we have the parade at 11, but at 9:30 a.m. is the events at Cedar Grove. So the new councilors, we usually go down there, and then the actual parade will begin at 11 a.m. Okay? If there's nothing else, I'll take a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.